Also, Cooler, I have a request, okay? And I'll chuck a couple bucks your way for this. But you know the skull pattern that you did that I ended up using for skull socks? If you take all of the dwarves, even like the Crypt 7 dwarf, and do that same style of pattern, just like that super crazy thing in like, I don't know, a 3,000 by 3,000 resolution, then I can make all over dwarf socks. I'm just saying, we should make all over dwarf socks. Because who doesn't want dwarf socks? Like, skull socks are pretty great. And I love the skull socks. Because you're a shithead. I'm sure that we'll be fine. Livis Mangus. Just don't be a turbo shit. You can be a shithead. Just be a funny shithead, okay? Bit of a funny shit. Quick, concise, and to the point, frankly. How I like it. All right, so welcome to Longdeath. Still a big-ass hole in the ground. Got a lot of trees around the edge that I got to cut down because they go all the way up to the top of my walls, which is a problem. Cheers. Yeah, I mean, people, it's the thing that's carrying my YouTube channel, that's for sure. Olivia's. But hello. Good to see you. You're here just in time for dwarves. We're going to finish this walkway today, hopefully. I need more nice blocks, but we're kind of running out of that. Got a lot of diorite these days. I have a buttload of piggies. Too many piggies, even. Hey, packed sardine. What's up? Down here, we have all of our wood and all of our food storage. Up at the top, we have the guild halls. Down beneath, we got the main layer. Tavern in the center. Crafting in the bottom right. As well as a hospital top, like kind of middle right. Library, middle left. Working on breeding some turkeys. Time to eat some pigs. Nah, I'm breeding too many pigs. The reason we're breeding too many pigs is for 100 years, we're going to have a little celebration. And the little celebration is we're going to put all of those pigs in front of the siege weaponry and open fire. I'm going to put all the pigs in here, and we're going to shoot them pigs. It's going to be good times. That's going to be the 100-year celebration. Pig festival. The maze down here is almost clear of boulders. Once it's clear of boulders, we can expand it on it. But, I mean, I could intentionally clear it out immediately. Emergency bunker is still down here. This area is slowly getting cleared of boulders. Working our way through what's left down here. This area was full not so long ago. So we're making good progress. Same with down here. And the absolute bottom, all the way down at the bottom of the fort. Only minus 18 Z levels down, not very deep. If you have questions, or if you're confused, or if you need help with anything related to DF, please let me know, and I can very much quickly give you live demonstrations. I may even highlight it and put it on the YouTube channel if it works well. Those walkways up top? Yeah, up top are the walkways. So the walkways are kind of... hold on, just let me cue something up before I forget. Gotta get rid of all this. But yeah, these are the upper walkways. This area here with the walls on either side is where the caravans go. But yeah, this upper walkway, it serves no practical purpose aside from aesthetics. It's there for fun. That is it. But yeah, unfortunately, we just lost Jackie. Jackie is our longtime chef. Has made many drinks and meals for our dwarves. It's a big bummer, but is what it is. You know, the fortress is getting old. We're almost 100 years in. I'd say about 4 or 5 of my dwarves could literally drop dead at any point. How's Stone 3? Stone 3 is unfortunately no longer with us. Stone 3 tantrumed shortly after being in prison and was 2-shot in the forehead by the military. Well, militia commander. Unfortunately, King's a little bit too good at his job. Doesn't even have a weapon equipped. Literally just, like, punched you 2 or 3 times, and the final fist punch in the side of the head cracked your skull and caved it through your brain. Fortunately, it was a quick death. You didn't bleed out or anything. It wasn't a pathetic death. It was very much a fast death. But sad all the same. Sheds a single tear. I felt real bad. I'm not gonna lie. And I still feel kind of bad. I'm going to, start storing coins in the basement, because this area down here is meant to be a coin stockpile. If anybody would like to check in with your dwarf, let me know. The current living dwarves are Petra, Eternal, Apostle II, Horny, Mad Hijinks, Omnivore, our Aegis, Scrumpet Sheep, Slipple, Voozle, Trash Battery, Narvicious, King, who did the killing, Spitalier, Mika Well, Sparkly 4K, Sethatos, Pilot Guy, Swoos, Warm Shadow, Pablo, Gimper II, Hobo, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Lord Floof, Eric Shadowblade, Hot Cup of Tea, B-Lug, Focal Fury, Goats, The Third, Picture Point, Lump, Polking, Gate Nerd, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Zapdos II, Cheers Jamie, Dragon Man, Suey, Wave Thrash, Vinsati II, who just grew up and is working as a weaver, Black Hole, Ara, Exxon II, and Happy. You don't know what else there is to report? I mean, not dead, so... Not dead, still insane. Miserable. Satisfied upon receiving water, so there's that. How old is that bastard? Vin, the second, has grown up to the ripe old age of 13. Doesn't seem to really have a negative thought in your head. I mean, you're a little bored after being unable to practice craft, but you're doing that now, and you're a little bit annoyed upon the rain, but is per usual. And you're a little bit annoyed at being out in the sun again, but looks like you're kind of getting over the sun problem, and generally you feel pleasure remembering putting on a truly splendid item. You are enraptured remembering communing with Shinrus at Amber the Red Rocks, and you feel satisfied at work, blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace, and pleasure after putting on an exceptional item, and satisfied after learning about the Guild of Vines. Pretty happy little dwarf, frankly. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. But pretty good, I think. Only if they're moving. Crastator, a lot of objects in the game will make your game lag, yes, if they're moving. So if someone's throwing coins, or if something is displacing the coins, like if there's water flowing through the coins, yes, it'll fuck your frame rate. If they're just in a stockpile, nah, they're okay. I will need to sell coins at a point if I get to a point where there's too much or too many coins. Yeah. But generally, we're fine. Also, thanks, guys, for the follows. We'd actually have a follow hype train if that was a thing. And Wave Thrash, the Mace Lord, has bestowed a name Uslat upon an iron mace, which is fine. Winter, hello. It's not quite winter yet. Winter is in a little over a month. But is there anybody else that would like me to check in with their dwarves? One dwarf that like to give you an idea, Eric Shadowblade could die of old age. Any year. 155 years old. 145 years old. This dwarf is getting up there too. So I think we're gonna have a flow of new dwarves coming in pretty soon. 103. Sparklefarts has a lot of time left. Omnivore, lots of years left. Your dwarf is long dead and had no children. We could resurrect you pretty soon, I think, too. If you wanted another Aqua or a Booty Wap or something. 119 years old, plenty of years left. 44 years old, plenty of years left for Voozle. How about, Elug, Scribe. 129, plenty of years left. But, like, Hobo is getting up there, too. How old's Lump? 146 years old? Got plenty of years left, probably. But yeah, no, a lot of these dwarves are getting up there. 91. This one. Sure. Be revived by necromancers? If the bodies are fresh, but there are no necromancers in this world, to my knowledge, let alone in this fort. Curious about something? Make a few steel bars. But yeah, no, this world doesn't really have much in the way of necromancy. Or any that I'm aware of. Maybe we'll find someone once we go searching. Is there your name amongst the current dwarves? No, because Cutest Ghost died, didn't they? Yeah, and I certainly didn't read that. You've been... You is dead, if I'm not mistaken. Assuming you were in this fort. I actually can't remember. If I'm being totally honest. I'm having a hard time remembering certain dwarves. Yeah, you haven't had a fort. Or a dwarf in this fort, Cutest. We'll need to get you in here at some point. Keep that in mind. I'm gonna run a fort with 5 dwarves for 2,000 years, and my fort will have hookers and blackjack. What? Yeah, no, you haven't been in this one. We'll have to get you in here, though. What about the blow? You'll definitely need to have some coke powder lying around if you're gonna do that of slut. Also, is there a joke or a reference or something in there? Because I seem to have missed it. All right. Early autumn, the annual paperwork from Basti Pame and the tribute from Nilon Abo have arrived. The 2 human factions that bring us tribute every year around this time. It's moving pretty quick. They must not be bringing any lead cages with creatures in them. My dream is that one of the human factions will bring me a whole whale, because they've brought me whale leather a couple of times now. I'm hoping, dearly hoping. Okay, yeah, we are out of flux stones. Dearly hoping. I need to dig down a little deeper. Partial Futurama reference. Okay, I'm terrible with that sort of reference. Like, I've seen my fair share of... I think I've seen, like, the first 4 seasons of Futurama. But I'm just really bad with that sort of referencing. Oh, can you get your dwarves playing blackjack? Well, first, you grab a deck of cards. The Council of Men. 2 iron gauntlets. They brought a pair. Some silver bars. Yak feather leather backpack, 20 foxtail mullet. Beer, 5 individual strawberries, 2 copper high boots, 1 chestnut barrel, 5 bilberries, 1 skunk leather bag, a hemp bag, finger mullet flour, pipe opals, 1 iron anvil. They're very kind, honestly. They bring gauntlets that my dwarves can wear. Like, they're specially making these gauntlets. A tetrahedrite opus. They've brought us several opus. They're like a giant percussion instrument, but a tetrahedrite one. That's fancy. A menacing iron spike. Doesn't want a menacing iron spike. Glorious. Thank you for the kind donation, humans. And, of course, for the grand group of soaring, they bring us... Oh, hey! More than 2 items. 10 quicklime. Cool. Willow chest. A leather bag. Useful bag. Not bad. Take it. We'll take it and run, thankfully. Do many stockpiles lead to more potential lag? Many items in the stockpiles do. Stockpiles don't matter, though. It's more of an overproduction thing in general. So as long as you're constantly clearing out your items, you're okay. It's a problem of if you produce too many items and then hoard them, yes, that will lead to lag. But if you watch this fortress for any extended period of time, you'll see that this is basically my garbage that I need to fucking get rid of stockpiles. So all of this stuff just gets traded away constantly. And I'm constantly just giving stuff away for free. Like, if you look at my exports, my exported wealth is a little wild, actually. Exported wealth being this number right here. That's the amount of stuff we've exported. So I'm selling a ton of stuff. I don't even know what Milk of Lime is for. I'll be completely honest with you. Never messed with that shit. No, the only thing that really causes heavy frame rate lag for me in this fort is once a month, whenever there's a full moon, there will be about 2 seconds of very heavy frame lag, and that's from were creatures somewhere around in the world doing were creature things. The other thing that causes heavy lag is when there's traders and Kias/buzzards floating around. Those will make the frame rate tank briefly, and that'll happen occasionally. The final thing that really causes frame rate lag is channeling. So if I'm... Oh, it's for parchment? Yeah. It's going to sell it, I'll be honest. Channeling is the other thing that causes frame rate lag. So if I start like... More like Slow Lime. Slow Lime is my new shoegaze band. But yeah, that's how that works. So those are all coins. So when I'm channeling out a whole Z level, that will cause some frame rate lag. Mass dumping stuff can sometimes cause some lag, but how many new bands to keep track of? I mean, here's the thing. I just have band ADD, so we like never even record demos. I'll just like found a band, buy the URL, and then forget that I made it, and then 6 weeks later, I'll have a new band. No one ever wants to join my bands, though, oddly enough. The Outpost Liaison has arrived. The dwarves are here to trade. Is it only a pair or a single one? It's a single one. So if they make an artifact gauntlet, you'll get a gauntlet. So if you look at this, I'm literally just giving away everything that's on my trading depot. Although I'm looking for leather armor and spears. Those are the two things I'm not allowed to sell. Let's also go down to... Did that say skunk blood? Yeah, I got skunk blood. Went for a walk the other day and saw a skunk. It was kind of adorable. I startled it briefly and it lifted its tail up and I backed up slowly and it went back to doing its skunky thing. But fortunately, what does skunk blood smell like? Probably iron. Just like all blood. Kind of that irony smell. The outpost liaison's gonna go talk to my mayor. Hold. Put on my... Put on the robe. I'll just be a floating head in the black void. I mean, I could literally count them. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Those are all books. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Not counting the ones I've traded. I've probably traded away about 10. My name is Esteth. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation and go over the paperwork and update your maps. There's much to share. News and happenings are in the world. We have a new queen, in fact. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. Bring me all of the wood. Every single bit of wood, except for larch, because larch is for, like, hippies. There we go. Sweet. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Grand Craft Store ship. Debatable, but sure. I've finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. You know what would be a really good use for blood barrels? Is I really want necromancers to be able to go into, like, strange moods and make experiments. It would be really cool if you had a blood barrel or a barrel of blood that they could go into an experiment ritual and use the blood as part of it. So, like, let's just say, hypothetically, you have a bunch of donkey blood, okay? Then a dwarf necromancer goes into a strange mood, murders a dwarf, and then grabs the donkey blood and makes a weird donkey-dwarf hybrid. I'm just saying. This is just an idea. The council seems to keep skunks. They've been giving the skunk blood, as well as skunk leather bags, skunk leather sandals. They also gave us a skunk once, I think. That or we bought a skunk from them. I'm pretty sure they gave us a skunk. Didn't they give us a skunk, or am I going crazy? I know I had a skunk for a minute. I sold it to the elves, if I recall correctly. Yes. Well, I'm still chopping down trees, but I'm not chopping down as many trees. Fortunately, no news. So we have a new queen. Nomal became the queen of the Ignited Creation, replacing Ezem Wildcloistered. And the queen clearly has similar beliefs to Ezem Wildcloistered and is continuing the assault on Spidery Desert, which has been going on for almost 100 years. Like, I get it. You really want to murder all of those goblins, but... I must have brought it. I know I had a skunk for a minute. All right, let's just sell all of this. At which point they say, greetings from the mountain homes. Your efforts are legend here. You know, it's funny. I actually believe them in this fort. Most forts, I don't really believe them. This fort, when they say your efforts are legend here, I kind of actually believe them. Normally it's like, I've been here for 2 years. How could I possibly be a legend? But alpaca. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't dwarven blood. They brought cavey blood. Good to know. All right, well, we'll trade. There isn't much I need aside from the wood. Maybe I forgot to take a screenshot of that one. I don't know, but I swear to God I got a tribute skunk at one point. Not that I was looking for. That was definitely a dwarven beer barrel. What are we working on currently? Nothing. Okay, good to know. Nope. There is absolutely no use for them. They are a bug, in fact. Unintended feature. Because when traders show up, they generate their trade goods based on the accessibility of it in the world, and they generate a bunch of barrels with random liquid in it. Well, blood is considered to be a liquid, so that's how you get weird barrels filled with weird, strange liquids that dwarves have no practical, logical, or real use for. It's an unintended feature, traditionally known as a bug. And that's how you end up with barrels of gremlin tears and other various strange liquids that make no sense. There is no use for them. There is no intended use for them. I don't even think there's really any modded uses for them. I mean, there's whole skills in Dwarf Fortress that have no use. There's also many items that are mentioned that don't exist in the game. Because, well, they got bored. Didn't finish it. Or, also, I have this fucking cauldron. This is an item that I have no use for. There is no use for this cauldron. So you know what? I'm gonna melt it down. Melt metal object 1. Please melt that cauldron down. The humans brought us a cauldron, and we have no use for it, so... It's just gonna live there until I eventually sell it, so might as well, just get rid of it. All diorite, all granite. Gonna work on this, and we're gonna use granite. What if the witch wants it back? It was brought to us as a donation. So you know what? We're going to do what we got to do with it. Also, that would be really cool if there was witches. What if there... Okay, hear me out, chat. What if, just like necromancer towers, you could have witch huts or something? Or like a place for a witch to hide? I don't know necessarily what you'd call them. They don't need to be witch huts. It's just the first thing that came to mind. But what if you had witches' hideouts or dens? And instead of building hordes of undead, they were much more sneaky. And kind of the, you know, sending in thieves and stuff. I don't know. I kind of wish DF had witches. Now that you've said that. But then again, magic update, you know. Just going to pop into here and go blocks, rock, 500, and make them out of granite. I got plenty of granite. No granite blocks, apparently. Fortress attracted no migrants this season, which is interesting, because we do have space for them. No, totally. I mean, everybody's super excited for the Steam version. I'm significantly more interested in the Myths and Magic stuff. But, you know, I'm here for the long haul. Stream's going to be here for the long haul. As long as there's updates coming to DF, and as long as DF exists, I will be, hopefully, here and continuing to make some sort of content around it. Witches stealing children, and instead of, like, enslaving them, they just eat them. Magic is gonna be so jank. It's gonna be so fucking busted, and I can't wait. Exactly. Like, I can't wait for... like, just some magician dwarf to just walk into the thing and just... into a room and just set the whole fort on fire. Just... What are you doing? Oh, you know, mass arson. What's that? Magic? Otherwise, your next harvest will fail. Otherwise, they'll send in their friendly giants to attack you. At which point, yeah, of course you'll fuck up the giants. You know, I'll bet you some people would really like that as a feature, Spitalier. Because so many people hate dwarven children. I mean, in this fort, it would suck because, you know, my children are lovely, but... Alchemy turned into soap. They were working on alchemy, but instead they just made soap. You know, I'm not gonna lie, half of the fun of Dwarf Fortress is speculating on the possibilities, because unlike a lot of major games out there, all of those possibilities just don't seem possible, you know? Like, there's a lot of games out there where it's like, oh, you know, you can speculate, but yeah, that's never gonna fucking happen. We know that. But with Dwarf Fortress, it's like you can speculate, and there is a headspace where you can look at that and be like, yeah, I can see that. Learned all of the spells in the world. That sounds like an adventure mode party. Also, this bedroom, which is currently owned by nobody, was Jackie, my old chef's bedroom. It literally took them a week to carry all of his clothing out because he had so much of it. Which is kind of amazing, by the way. I mean, libraries are already a lot of fun. I mean, how can you not consider true animal diets and such classics such as More Glue and True Ignorance? A Black Bear Parchment Choir, entitled True Ignorance, authored by Gatenerd. It concerns the value of knowledge. The writing is reasonably serious, and it gives off the feeling of compassion here and there. It's not awful, but not very good either. How can you not be interested in such classics as Before Belief? Belief is a manual entitled Before Belief, offered by Lump. Concerns the nature of belief. The writing is reasonably serious, and it's not awful, but not very good either. How on earth would you ever get tired of Did Knowledge Falter? Obviously written by B-Lug, and this classic discusses and concerns the value of knowledge. Overall, it's not awful, but not very good either. Right, Jack Narek? I didn't come up with that. Somebody in chat mentioned it, and I've been, like, bumbling about it ever since, going like, man, necromancers should occasionally go into a strange mood and just, like, grab a puppy dog and, like, sheep's blood and, like, cow leather and murder a dwarf or a visitor and then just, like, make an experiment out of it. Also, I want them to hide their identities so a dwarf could, like, be a necromancer and you don't know it. And they just, like, immigrate into your fort, and then one day they just have a strange mood, and you're like, oh, a strange mood. What are they gonna go do? Oh, they claimed a butcher shop. Weird. Oh, God, they're stabbing Urist. Like, who doesn't want that? That would be amazing. Your connection cut out? No, they don't. It's overstocking of items, Winter. So the main source of lag for people, exactly, Granite Tier. Winter, the main source of lag for people is poor fortress layouts, pathing conflicts, and overproduction of items. So items that, or pathing that conflicts and causes dwarves to, like, run into each other and have to, like, lie down to get past each other, so, like, narrow hallways. And just having items on repeat non-stop and super overproducing specific items is one of the main sources of lag. So I produce a lot of crafts, but I produce them 1,000 at a time, and I sell all of them. I make every dwarf a full new set of clothing every year and a half or so. However, I also sell all of our excess clothing once a year or so. Or every other year, more or less. I make a lot of furniture to keep my masons happy. I also sell all of it. Or just give it away for free to whoever will fucking take it. Every time you do, you need to call somebody? Oh, that sucks. See, that's just called a fell mood. Livius. Like, that happens. Although, a dwarven spine whip. I think it would just be a dwarf bone whip, right? And it would be a whip made of finely crafted dwarven bone. Also, for anybody who is new here, I'm not using Dwarf Therapist or DF Hack. We're playing entirely vanilla. In 99? I don't know. Maybe? Stone, my memory isn't that good. I apologize. I'd have to go through the VOD. To make it, not enough materials? Alright. Check this out. Well, thread, I have 7. Kind of short on thread right now. Legwear. We got plenty of legwear, including 189 pairs of pigtail trousers. Although a lot of those are probably just, like, living in people's bedrooms. Most of these belong to dwarves or are already on dwarves. Headwear. Yeah, we got a little bit of headwear. Why are those hidden? Yeah, we got plenty of headwear. Handwear. Plenty of handwear. Including 211 rope reed gloves and 338 pigtail gloves. Footwear. Plenty of shoes and boots. And then cloth. Let's see. We have 111 pigtail cloth. I'm a little short on cloth right now, actually, because I sold it all recently. 78 rope reed cloth. Cave spider silk. Very little, but that's just imported stuff for artifacts. Alpaca wool cloth, 32. Llama wool cloth, 34. Sheep's wool cloth, 35. Giant cave spider silk cloth, 18. I had about 700 pigtail and about 500 rope reed at one point. Raid and siege that's happened? Almost none, because I am not at war with anybody. We are intentionally not going to war with people. Technically, that's not true. I am at war with goblins and one of the 3 elvish factions, but they never siege me because I don't have enough dwarves. They won't siege you unless you have over 80 dwarves, and we have 46. So, what's the most egregious siege that has happened? We got attacked by a were creature, and we killed it. Well, actually, we've been attacked by 3 were creatures, and we've had 3 vile forces of darkness, but they all left pretty quickly. We more or less just scared them away because they were just scouting parties. We got assaulted by a couple kobolds for a few years. This is not a combat fort. Will never be a combat fort. It's not the point of the fort. We are a peaceful trade hub, and the whole goal of this fort is longevity and social drama. I do have other forts running. I have a community world which is publicly available. You can go download it. It's pinned in my Discord in the Dwarf fort room. But this fort is not about combat. This fort is very much about mundane survival and longevity. With the size, it would be a juicy target. It is, but because of the way the game is programmed, it's not, right? Like, I have 2 Ettins in the basement in cages, but Ettins are very easy to catch if you know what you're doing, and I guess I know what I'm doing. So they're in the basement. I would love to get a female Ettin so I can make baby Ettins, maybe. Fingers crossed. I would love to, what's the word? Get more Cyclopses so I can make them fight again. That would be fun. I'm getting a phone call. Hold up.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies. Cheese for everyone!
apologies, actually important, like, phone call from my doctor. So they're just letting me know that they received paperwork in the mail that I mailed to them.
The vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Thank you, Zapdos, for the PSA. Very important. Everybody should be aware that ketchup is shit and you should stop eating ketchup. Actually important phone call from my doctor. I'm out of granite. That's hot bullshit. Sorry, what? You don't want to have this argument with me. No, all ketchup is garbage. Especially Heinz. Disgusting. Just tomato with sugar added. Why would you want that? Gross. How's the fort been today? It's been pretty alright. Been kind of chill couple streams this week, but it's been okay. Nobody's died yet. We are getting very close to year 100, which is a big deal. You respect my opinion? I mean, that's generally the best way when it comes to me, is if I have an opinion, just respect it, smile and nod, and move away, because I will fight you tooth and nail to the end of the earth and back twice. And then I get upset and pissy and cry about it later. I'm an opinionated twit. How about stress? No issue. Stress is easy to deal with if you know what you're doing. Occasionally we'll get a stressed out dwarf and they will get immediately insta-gibbed by my captain of the guard, and then we'll forget that they existed and I'll be sad. Mayo is almost as disgusting as ketchup. Why would you add unnecessary carbs when you could have a good sauce? I have plenty of wrong opinions, and that's fine. As somebody who worked in fast food for years, I have very, very, very picky opinions. You ever play classical music on stream? You want to find... Okay. Can you please contact the label that owns the recordings, or the orchestra that owns the recordings, or the company that owns the recordings, get me written permission to play that recording of that piece of music, and I'll gladly play classical music on the stream. Till then, no. Although, was listening to this last night off stream, the recording that my parents gave me, which is beautiful. Concertos. I'd gladly listen to it. Do I ever consider public domain recordings? You want to figure out what's a public domain recording? I don't feel like doing that legwork. Too much fucking work. There's tons of classical music that's out of copyright, yeah, but it's also a minefield and not worth the risk. Sure. Bugless. I'm not gonna do that. I love classical music, but I'm not gonna play it on stream now. I'd rather not risk that. I personally don't consider it to be worth it. I have music playing. Do you not hear it? I mean, I was between soundtracks for a minute there. Or can claim it by mistake. But no, we're currently listening to the Age of Wonders soundtrack volume 3. Or the third Age of Wonders soundtrack. Without the expansion packs. 2 hours of symphonic excellence, frankly. Including a lot of themes that I really like from games that have passed. No, I listen to music that is licensed to be played on Twitch. So I look up soundtracks that are Twitch licensed, and I just don't even want to risk any of that shit. And if you can't hear the music that's playing in the background, the only thing I can say is get better headphones or get better speakers, because I always have music playing in the background. Every now and again, I'll have people that are like, you don't have music playing in the background. I'm like, turn your volume up. What? Those are engravings, yeah. They're engravings in limonite, which is iron ore. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I will go and reach out to independent bands that are not on labels and get written permission. But those are bands that are not striking, claiming, or muting music. Rander, buddy, what the hell happened to you? Horrified reliving seeing Stone die. Fair enough. That would do it. They'll be okay. No, it's a nightmare. And even if music is public domain, it can still get claimed on YouTube. Like, there was a time where I was listening to public domain jazz on stream quite a bit. All of that shit is claimed on YouTube. All of it. So it's like, it's not worth it. 'Tis not worth it. I do this for a living, and I need to be careful. In fact, some of the records I own are technically public domain. They're also on Columbia, which I don't trust. Time to start making my own music? Technically, I was doing the the legwork for a minute there to have my own record label, but then a pandemic happened, and I got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. So, like, I've got other problems. Absolutely not. No thanks. Math is not my forte. For using your own music? What, like when Herman Lee got banned from Twitch for 24 hours for playing his own music? No, classical music is a problem, especially on Twitch when it comes to algorithms and on YouTube, because a lot of it is very similar, as you have performances done by different symphonies at different times. And I also have heard tale of people who play classical music or upload. Well, actually, there is specifically a YouTube channel that I follow that uploads a lot of public domain and old-timey music that's very hard to find. And he was uploading a lot of his classical music records to that channel for a minute. The channel actually got taken down due to copyright strikes, which were illegitimate. It was all public domain 78s and 33 1/3 records that he was uploading, and somebody went and claimed them all falsely, and because they own other recordings of the same pieces, and his channel no longer exists. It's sad. So, nah, I will stick to music that is licensed to be played on Twitch. It's just... You should. There's a lot of neat shit being made, Crastator. And a lot of neat stuff that's possible. Which is one of the reasons why I'm stoked for an official DF soundtrack. If it's good and like 2 hours long, that'll be like 2/3 of the music I listen to. Like, yes, I can play this, but these guys aren't claiming... These guys aren't muting on YouTube. These guys aren't claiming on Twitch. Oops, that's the wrong. They aren't claiming on Twitch. They ain't doing any of that shit, right? They're just making 75 tapes and selling them. That I can use. Unfortunately, like, music is shitty on Twitch in current date 2020. There was a while there where I was playing a lot of classical music records as part of the intro of my stream, but then the initial DMCA purge happened on Twitch, and I've gotten cold feet. Very careful now. Honestly, I vastly prefer YouTube's slap without asking, figure it out later system over what Twitch is getting, which is live takedowns, 3 strikes, and you're gone. Not even like, oh, slap it, they'll take your ad revenue. Frankly, if somebody wants to slap and take my ad revenue on YouTube, I don't really care. As long as they don't take all of my ad revenue from my entire channel and remove my YouTube partner, I don't really care. As long as they're not striking me. Frankly, if they want to take a few things, they're fine. Oh, in theory, yeah, nerdy. 100%. 100% that could happen, nerdy. Will it happen, though? You gotta be careful, right? It's less likely than with me using old recordings of classical music. Basically, if you like what I do, support me on Patreon, and if I suddenly disappear, I'll find a new platform to create content, and hopefully that doesn't need to happen. And if it does, that would really, really suck. Not long ago? On YouTube, yeah. Somebody bought the rights to, or bought the people who owned the rights to a bunch of stuff. I don't know, I'll figure that out when that happens. Maybe I'll move to Vimeo. Realistically, I'd probably make a new Twitch channel. But hopefully that doesn't ever need to happen. And it probably wouldn't, because believe it or not, Twitch doesn't hate their creators. Some people like to think that they do, but they don't. And if suddenly I got removed from Twitch, I'd probably be gone for a couple of weeks and then come back with all of my VODs gone. Which is most likely what would happen, which is what's happened in the past. Like, channels that have been taken down for that sort of stuff. But, I'm also like, just go to Twitch right now. Go to Just Chatting. Go to, like, one of the highest viewed streams. I guarantee you they're listening to Ariana Grande. I'm okay. I'm pretty safe. I just err on the side of caution when it comes to that stuff, because I've got, on one hand, you could look at it as I have less to lose because I've earned less, but also I have more to lose because I need the monthly income. Someone who's making 6 figures a month doesn't need it so much. So if they get banned permanently, that's just a free retirement. Also, my head feels a little fuzzy. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. Here, be 2 seconds. Blood sugar's low. The problem is you have a lot of really bitchy people who don't care, who don't put any effort into policing their content and just whine when they can't make money. Same on Twitch. You have a lot of people who just do whatever and don't care. And don't put any effort into protecting themselves, you know? And so then you have people like me who, I'm very careful, right? And I'm very careful to make sure that the music I listen to is Twitch safe. But then you have people who, and this isn't your fault, chat, but you'll go watch a stream that, like, I was watching a stream last night that was listening to the new System of a Down music. Back this back. I don't even know why I said that. Which I guarantee you is getting striked almighty. And the second live takedowns come in. If anybody clipped that shit and it didn't get muted, all of that stuff's getting struck. The second live takedowns come in. We don't know when they're starting. We just know that they're coming. But, you know, I can reach out to small band that has no label, that is safe, and I can get written permission for that. Still have to be careful, but... Sorry for the whole tangent, but TLDR, no, I'm not going to listen to any classical music anytime soon on stream. Because that is... The odds I can get into small label that has 3 employees and ask and be like, hey, can I get written permission and can you guys please not claim Twitch stuff? The odds I can do that, pretty likely. Pretty easy. Not too much legwork. Couple emails, couple contracts signed. Can I get an email into Columbia Records to ask if I can use a recording from 1976 that they don't even know that they own anymore? It's... Public domain music when a label doesn't even know that they own it anymore. Have I ever heard of Iron Trom? No. Or Iron Tom? No. Could I have? Yeah, shit gets sticky. It's like, I'm more worried about people who don't know that they own something versus people that know that they own something. Because at least with people that know that they own something that are still alive, I can just reach out and just say, hey, can I use a thing? Versus some random algorithm going haywire, claiming shit left, right, and center. That's a problem. God, I hate having a body that just tries to kill itself constantly. My brain is suicidal enough. I don't need to also have a body that's trying to kill itself. For clarity's sake, I'm okay. I just feel like garbage. You know a guy at Atlantic Records? Okay. No, it's not going to help. Because I can't afford their licensing fees. Because you know what they'll do is they'll be like, yeah, we have a solution for you. Pay us $30,000 a year. That is their solution. That is the solution. You know a guy at Atlantic Records. Okay, I know a guy at Nintendo. It's not going to stop them from claiming my shit. I actually do know a guy at Nintendo who works in marketing. Not exactly helpful. It's so fucking satisfying to get your name on that shit, isn't it? Which level, if I can ask? They go, huh, I own that? Yeah, right? Ugh. Your dad is actually Bowser? I mean, I know a guy who runs a label. That's much more useful than I know a guy at Atlantic Records. By the time you get to the size of Atlantic Records, knowing 15 guys at Atlantic Records is still no use because it doesn't matter. Yeah, the head of sorry, my blood sugar's low, so I can't brain properly right now. The head of Nintendo America, COO, I think is his title of Nintendo of America. His last name is Bowser, Doug Bowser. Yeah. Yeah, the guy who replaced Reggie. Doug Bowser. Actually kind of a weirdly common last name. Building. There we go. We've got the walkway all the way around now. The giant turtle. I mean, technically he's a Koopa. Please don't be so insensitive, okay? Whoops. Throwing out a strawberry plant by mistake, but... Slipple. You're apparently proud after teaching stone crafting. Blissful remembering dining in a fantastic dining room, and you felt pleasure. Fine table. You're a very happy dwarf. Lonely after being away from family. Wait, do you have it? Well, your lover Max is dead. You don't have any family in the fort. Pity. Boop yourself, Russ Names. Stop. Who we booping? No, we're not connected to the caverns. I could. I have to dig quite a bit deep. Other than it has a very high cost of entry, well, then you know very little about DF, because it's not that hard to get into. What is my favorite part of this game? I like how you say the simplicity. My favorite part of Dwarf Fortress is the minimalism and the beauty of the world generation. The lack of giving a shit about modern design requirements and just making something completely and wholly unique. Time cost of entry? I don't even think that's accurate. It just requires some dedication. Sure, learning the systems is hard, but most of the systems you can completely ignore. So, again, not entirely accurate. If you want to learn every single system, certainly, yes. There is a large amount of time needed. But the minimum amount of knowledge in order to have fun playing Dwarf Fortress, please stop making that comparison in my chat, Zapdos, because it's stupid. The amount of knowledge required to play Dwarf Fortress is not actually that crazy. Even the military screen isn't that crazy, because you can completely ignore it. Like, Yes, if you want every dwarf wearing the same piece of gear, that's a little finicky. But do you need to care about that? No, not really. As long as every dwarf is holding a weapon, and that could be a pick, a baby, a dead rat, or a iron shield, we're good. People are scared because of ASCII and because of the learning cliff meme. If you can learn how to use any kind of software, you can play Dwarf Fortress. If you can learn to play Civilization, you can play Dwarf Fortress. If you can read a wiki, you can play Dwarf Fortress. Here's a question you'd like to ask. Is there a way to have dwarves recover from events that change their personalities? Yes, you just need to be very micromanagey about it. I've done it many times. This dwarf was a red flashing down arrow, had a broken spine, tantrumed many times, and did time in prison. 163 years old and is currently in charge of my fort. Very happy dwarf. No negative effects. Yes, you can fix it. You just need to be very micromanagey about it and read exactly what they're upset about and know a little bit about how the mood mechanics work. This dwarf, I fixed him by putting him into the military by himself and let him train by himself for about 3 years. And then I let him go become a... Apologies, my blood sugar still isn't fixed. Then I let him go be a scholar. Because you had a vampire eat a baby? I mean, I've had vampires eat many more than babies. But yes, it is just managing and directing them. Go grab a bite to eat. I already had a juice box, and I'm waiting 15 minutes to check my blood sugar again, and then I'm going to have my sandwich for lunch. So, yes, I already had a juice box. Waiting for it to recover. It takes get into your system and for your head to clear. Oh, everyone's 100% lost the first time you play any ASCII game. I mean, I compare ASCII games to this, you know? If you've ever played Civilization or any big 4X, this will make sense. Get placed into the last turn of a Civilization game. Far off end game. All the icons, all of the stuff on the map, all of the pop-ups and notifications. You'll be totally fucking lost. It's exactly the same as DF. Makes no sense if you don't know what you're looking at. Go play Endless Legend. Final turn of that game. Makes no fucking sense if you don't know what you're looking at. You don't know what any of the icons mean, any of the numbers, all the tooltips, pop-ups, all that shit. It's fucking Greek. Exactly the same as ASCII. You play it slowly, you start at the beginning, work your way through, read. Makes sense. You'll pick it up. It's not that hard. If you can read, you can learn DF. But yeah, this dwarf was fixed. Completely. He wants me to make 3 spears. Thanks to new events, he has new beliefs, and thinks that minds are evil and would rather be in the sun. Well, I mean, let him do that. Maybe you need to let him be in the sun then. Yeah, no, exactly. Football Manager games are just as hard to learn. You know, this is honestly... This is not the most popular opinion. The only difference between Civilization 6 and Dwarf Fortress is Civilization 6 has 100,000 positive reviews. I don't know how many positive reviews it has on Steam, but it has 100,000 positive reviews, right? It costs $50, $60, I think, in Canada at least. And it has an in-game tutorial, and it holds your hand and walks you through it. Dwarf Fortress, you have to go to a getting started guide on the wiki and read along while you're playing. And it's free, so there's no sunk cost fallacy. So you haven't lost anything if you get nothing out of it, right? So a lot of people download Dwarf Fortress, extract it from the zip file, open up the wiki or a tutorial on YouTube, watch an incorrect, out-of-date tutorial, get confused, get lost, give up, and say whatever. You've lost nothing. Totally valid. It's kind of a fault of Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress is free. It's also a benefit of Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress is free. It's hard, really. He should have burned the entirety of nature. That's pretty common for dwarves, actually, dreaming that all of nature should be burned to the ground and converted into a great mining pit. That's pretty common for dwarves. Cheers, Super Kame Guru. Super Kame Guru. Man, I need to watch Dragon Ball again. I miss OG Dragon Ball. What part are you on, if I can ask? Over on the YouTubes. Acquire something. You know, I got a lot of iron. Let's make... I was going to do this last time, but I forgot. Iron cap. 50. Let's make a bunch of iron caps. It's like a sandbox survival. Are there achievements, endgame, chase? No, 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 and no. I mean, yes. Yes, no. No, no, and no. Dwarf Fortress is not really what I would call a survival sandbox, but I could see that comparison being made. It's a world simulation that you can interact with. Is there endgame? No, because there is no game. Is there achievements? No, because the Steam version supposedly will have achievements, but no, there isn't achievements. Are there player set achievements on the wiki in the things to do section? Yes. Are there achievements? No. It's a open world simulation that you can interact with in one of three ways, not simultaneously. Fortress mode, which is the most famous and most popular, which is you build a fortress of dwarves in a set map. You can send them out and raid different locations in the world map, and you can go for world domination. You can build a yeah, but that's a mod, and that's not what we're discussing, Flippy. Okay, that is in the same category as the wiki, right? Like that's not a default thing, which is what I'm talking about, Slippery. So please don't like make this confusing. Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation that you can interact with in one of three ways. As I was saying, there's Fortress mode, which is what I'm playing, which is the most popular and most common one that you see, where you run a fortress of dwarves. There's Adventure mode, which is a single-player open-world RPG, where you can just go wherever you want in the world, do whatever you want, build a party of people, and go on adventures. You can go on quests, assuming they don't break, and you can slay monsters, steal treasures, settle in a fortress that you made already, or make a little settlement that then can become a fortress that you can create. So there's lots of things you can do in adventure mode. Then there's Legends mode, which is basically just, here's a history book of the whole world. Oh God, spring's arrived. I wonder if anybody's gonna die of old age. Here's the history of the whole world. Read through it, and go enjoy the world building. Goats has been elected mayor. I no longer have a broker. Hobo died. We're down to 45 dwarves. The humans have arrived to give us tribute. Hobo's mandate has ended. Don't forget arena mode. That's not really an official mode. That's more of a stress test thing, but sure. There's also arena mode. But here's the cool thing. Goats, who's now my mayor. Oops, that's his shirt, not him. Is proud to be elected mayor and lonely after being away from friends. 149 years old and was one of the first of his kind. How long have you been in this fort? Since 92? I haven't been here that long. Interesting. Yeah, but I don't consider arena mode to be an official mode because it's not on the main menu of the game, and most people don't even know how to access it. So it's almost more of a debug mode than anything. So yeah, Hobo just died. I don't know where his body is because I haven't found it yet, but... Can I get a round of F's in chat for our once glorious mayor? Well, self-entitled lord. Did I check the trees? No, he died of old age. He was 163. So he's not in the trees. Also, there's no way for him to have climbed the trees because I sold all of the step ladders. Somebody else also died. Not sure who. Again, they haven't found the corpses yet, so... Assign Eric Shadowblade as my new naturalist bookkeeper, because he has skills in it. Well, didn't kill Stone, but assigned it, told somebody else to kill him. The person who killed him was King. It depends on what you want to get out of it, Brackinator. I know people who play Dwarf Fortress, and I don't agree with this method of playing. I know people who play it like a RTS, where it's all about playing as fast as possible, having a build order, and yeah, there you go. Hobo was found dead. He was found dead in his bedroom. There you go. Place item in tomb. I mean, kind of all of the above, Brackinator. I mean, I know people who play it like an RTS who try and, you know, kind of, I guess, play it like RimWorld, which isn't, in my opinion, the best way to play it because it's a very min-maxable game. It's not well balanced, and that's kind of part of the charm. It's designed to be unfair and also very easy to just make a perfectly self-sufficient. He died of age, yeah. That's why it's the 3rd of Granite, early spring. If something's going to die of old age, it's early spring. The first day of spring is the way ages work in DF. He was 163 years old. Very old for a dwarf, I'll have you know. So the... Yeah, like, you can totally do, like, crazy, almost RTS stuff. You could play it like Cupo, where you play it more like a sandbox and focus on building essentially ASCII pixel art. You could play it like myself or Krug Smash and use it as a form of role play. Like I describe the way I play DF as like D&D minus other human beings. I read about the world. I learn as much as I can about the world because the worlds are different every time, and I then try and build a narrative within that world and make my own fun. That's how I play it. It's a very malleable game. Kind of the beauty of DF is you can sort of do whatever you want with it. You want to build a minecart shotgun and shoot bits of metal at things and shrapnel and watch goblins go splat? You could do that. You want to just build a maze and trap big monsters in it and watch them fight? You can do that. You want to build an evil fortress and focus on dark religions and go to war with everybody and end your fort in a blaze of glory with nothing but undead zombies left and a couple necromancers? You can do that. You want to be a butterfly person. Can you be a butterfly person? You want to be a fly person and fly around the world and, like, explore the great ancient histories. You can do that. You want to build a giant inverted pyramid out of glass, suspended in air on one block. You can do that. You want to go to an elvish or an elven settlement in adventure mode and murder every single one of them. You could do that. You want to build a fortress focused on running a tavern in a very populated area and serve exotic liquors to everybody, and then read the stories that pop in through the news and history section in the news and rumors, and see what's going on in the world and watch as it evolves around you. You can do that. It's just whatever you make of it. It can be as exciting and in-depth and interesting as you want it to be. It can be as hard and min-maxy as you want it to be. It can be as interesting and lore and narrative heavy as you want it to be. But in order to get any of those things out of it, it requires some work from the player. It's not a game that will caress you by the nuts and lead you in the direction of fun. You have to go find that yourself. I don't know why I've been using the holding you by the balls analogy a lot when it comes to DF, but I have been. Right. Anyway, the group of alchemy brought us tribute for the year of spring 103. Make a death trap fort and antagonize everyone and watch teeth fly everywhere as somebody hits them in the head with a hammer. That's good fun. Do you like the captions? I'm glad you find the captions amusing. As long as someone's getting entertainment out of them. An ashen crutch, 5 prepared sheep intestines, 1 alpaca wool rope, and 25 iron bolts. It's like, is it easy to get into? No, your first 10 hours, you'll be totally lost, and everybody's totally lost. But as long as you're watching your dwarves run around and building stuff, it's great fun. I mean, the D&D comparison is very apt for 2 reasons, actually. How do you learn to play D&D? You buy a book that's that thick, and then you buy 2 more. And then you sit down and you stare at large sheets of paper with 4 friends, and you get confused, and you have a few shitty DMs, and then eventually you find a good group. In order to find fun in D&D, it requires some investment from the player. DF is almost exactly like that, except instead of a book that thick that costs you $80, it's a wiki. It requires some investment from the player, but fuck, it's worth it. And the Steam version will be exactly the same as that, except they'll have a clicky interface. I mean, my older sister uses the world gen tools and legends mode to generate worlds and locations for her D&D campaigns. Doesn't actually play the game, but she will generate a large, long history world and use that to cherry pick little bits of history and stories. Like, for example, here's a little story. This dwarf, Aegis. Aegis is 87 years old, was born in this fort in the year 16. I remember when this dwarf was born. He is the son of Screw and Aqua, which are 2 dwarves which were in my fort. Screw was my mayor for a number of years before dying in a very undesirable manner, and Aqua was also a great dwarf in the fort until they eventually died. This dwarf was beaten to ever-living shit a number of years ago by suffering a major injury from the policing system in Dwarf Fort, right? Now, this dwarf has no control of their legs, but they love dancing, and is actually one of the most skilled and knowledgeable dancers in my fortress. Can't walk, crawls around, doesn't use crutches for some reason. Probably has something to do with their super huge ego. They don't use crutches, and they crawl around, which is why they have that flashing red notification as well as the brown background. It means they're prone and lying down and crawling. Incredibly talented musician. Incredibly talented dancer, and also an incredibly talented crafts dwarf, and has made many high-value crafts for us to sell and trade, and is a very helpful dwarf. Is a little slow in getting around, but always will take the time to hang out in the tavern and dance whenever there's dancing happening. I find it very amusing. This dwarf's been in this fort for weeks in real time, as I've been watching them grow up and be a dwarf. And as far as tile sets go, just find one that works, you know? This one works for me. Find one that works for you. You want fancy sprites and pixels? You can do that. You want ASCII? You can do that. Your randomly selected just doesn't change much depending on material. What tile set are you using, Russ? Crazy to think that babies will die here. You wish you could have the histories, like chronological written context of important events for each dwarves in their life. I mean, I will be releasing this save file after today, probably, because we're going to be hitting 100 years of this fort. For reference, to anybody who's new here, with this fortress, we're almost 100 years in. When we hit 100, year 105 in the top right, we're currently at year 103, early spring. When we hit 105, we will be 100 years into this fort. We're trying to get to 1,000. We are 36 streams into this. So, I'm going to slaughter a lot of piggies with catapults. Great Padinsky. Floors look the same? Did I ever find a necromancer for you to become? There isn't even a single necromancer tower in this world, my dude. The world's too young. The elves have arrived to trade. Chat, can you do me a huge favor and bless Samar and like pray to the gods, pray to Armok that the elves please bring us. Please, 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 please bring us. Ooh, that's a big caravan from the elves. Holy shit. That they please bring us a male unicorn. Because I want to breed unicorns. I just want to breed some unicorns. I want punicorns. Or ponycorns, whatever you want to call them. Please. Please. Does anybody have a screen cap of Tarn praying? I would totally chuck that on FFC. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. How do you make steel? Well, how do you make steel in real life? Almost exactly the same. You need charcoal. You need pig iron. You need to make pig iron. You need flux. Oh. Well, my mayor wants me to make socks. About as dwarfy as you can get. Oh, I don't actually have a manager right now. Eric, that can be you. I mean, yeah, you can get by just fine with masterwork copper gear. You don't actually need the higher end stuff. But some migrants have arrived. Question is, how many? Two? All right, chat. How the heck are we going to do this? Seriously, how the heck are we going to do this? Don't sell any socks? Yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to say that, but yeah. You're a weird, omnipotent being that the dwarves are actually capable of naming. Basically, you're a self-inserted god that... It's kind of funny, Brackinator. In the history section of DF, in Legends, if you play in a fortress for a while, and then you retire the fortress, and let the fortress kind of go on its way and let the AI take over, there's actually a marked line in history that says, The dwarves assumed proper management after a brief term of questionable judgment. Which is funny. There also are a few ways to figure out what the dwarves refer to you as, but I don't know if I'll necessarily spoil that, because that changes from civilization to civilization. You're essentially an omnipotent being. In adventure mode, you do play as a specific character. At that point, it's like you are a dwarf. But in Fortress mode, you are an omnipotent god, basically. My jailer, presumably. All right, so chat, we have 2 new dwarves that just came into the fort because we had 2 deaths. A weaver and a fish dissector. So, this means we can have 2 new named dwarves. You would like to get into this fortress. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100. We're going to do this twice, 1 for each dwarf. Okay? Thinking of a number between 1 and 100. Person who gets closest, who hasn't had a dwarf in a while or ever, will get it. Yeah, the dwarves can name you. So right now it looks like it's Trumpet Dog. Because I was thinking 71. Trumpet Dog, you get a weaver. So we're going to learn a little bit about this dwarf. So you don't have any family. You worship Ashen, which is a deity of the ignited creation, our dwarven civilization. And it takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with Earth. You're annoyed when caught in the rain, which is fitting. You're 55 years old, born on the 14th of Timber in the year 48. You're a citizen of the ignited creation and a member of the eternal adventure of time. And you arrived at Romkash on the 23rd of Granite in the year 103. His hair is dry and his short sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is braided and his long hair is tied in a ponytail. His nose bridge is incredibly concave, and his eyebrows are incredibly high. His slightly close-set cobalt eyes have large irises. Yeah, I think that's Trumpet Dog, too. I think you're right. He personally sees war as a useful means to an end, and doesn't particularly value the truth, but dreams of creating a great work of art, is often sad and dejected, and can sometimes act with determination and confidence. With little determination and confidence, and he enjoys the company of others, and he has an active sense of humor. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly each time. He can handle stress, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind working outdoors, at least for a little time. And because of your desire for military, I will put you into the Spear Squad. He likes Nethlaller. Wait. Oh, that's his last name. Never mind. He likes native copper, billin, rubicel, giant mink bone, the color chocolate, low boots, large gems, chickens for their scratching, and the words of the number of glistening. And when possible, prefers to consume giant nautilus, sailfin molly, rambutan wine, and single grain wheat flour. Also, he thinks oysters are garbage. He never wants to see an oyster again. Gets so mad when he sees oysters. Oysters are disgusting. Incredibly quick to heal and indefatigable. Welcome to the Fortress, Trumpet Dog 2. Good to have you. The next dwarf. Once again, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100. Person who gets closest to hasn't had a dwarf in a while, or hasn't had one before, gets it. And I realize it's awful that this poor dwarf has had to dissect fish. But, you know, we'll give them a proper, more dwarfy job. So it looks like we are resurrecting Padinsky. Because the number I was thinking of was 32. Does time pass at a constant speed? How many frame rate do you has? Currently the game's paused, so nothing's passing. But ideally it should pass at around this speed, but if your frame rate goes to butts, then time will slow down as the frame rate slows down. Padinsky was a very legendary dwarf back in the day. You worship Lokim Iridar, the Spear of Incineration, a deity of the ignited creation. The spear most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with valor, war, and fortresses. Interesting. Not a very common god. You have no health problems. She is somebody that has the appearance of 108 years old and is one of the first of her kind. She was born before time began, in and of itself. Nah, not a vampire. Guarantee you not a vampire. We're too young. Or the world is too young. Especially a dwarf that's only 108 years old and isn't legendary at anything. Not a vampire. Her hair is dry and her very long hair is neatly combed. Her small lobed ears are very flattened and her slightly close-set cobalt eyes have large irises. She has an angular chin and her sandy stout skin is wrinkled. Her head is somewhat short and her hair is gray mixed with ecru. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave. If they're honest about their age, I'd be willing to bet money that this isn't a vampire. Especially with the fact that they have no skills that would be common for a vampire. Like, is an adequate dancer? Come on, any vampire worth their shit's decent. Skilled comedian. Like, a competent liar, but that's about it. No. Maybe if they were a legendary liar, I'd be concerned. I doubt it. She is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. She has a very calm demeanor and easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. She is often sad and dejected and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She generally is quick to form negative views about things, and she can handle stress. She tends to be swayed by emotions of others, and she enjoys the company of others and shakes her finger up and down when she's excited. This dwarf is definitely from the Mountain Home. Same with the other one, because the Mountain Home has been at war for the past 100 years with the goblins. They've been invading the goblins nonstop for the past 100 years. That didn't have white hair. That too. Yeah. Her hair is dry and her very long hair is neatly combed. Her small lobed ears are very flattened and her slightly sunken, close-set cobalt eyes have large irises. She has an angular chin and her sandy skin is wrinkled. Her head is somewhat short and her hair is gray, mixed with a crew. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Grave is totally normal for 108 years old. She likes lead crystal, opal, ash wood, and giant groundhog leather. The color lemon and warhammers and helms and splints and the sound of the prim pedal. You are most certainly going to start a new squad. All by yourself. So you know what? We already have the Eternal Guard, Grey Padinsky. I want you to, well, actually, apparently there's somebody else running it, which is fine. Apparently Pablo was set as a military commander. That's actually totally fine. I want you to name a squad for me, Padinsky. Give me a name. Ask me again in year 300 if I have a vampire. I don't know. I hate D&D. So I wouldn't be the guy to ask. I like world building by myself, so maybe. This game is fun if you enjoy making your own fun and you like games with a lot of interesting systems that are almost more fun to watch than play. Because Dwarf Fortress is a game that I spend most of my time watching. I'm entertained by just watching the dwarves go about doing their thing. I love the world building and telling my friends about the stories. The painted noses? See, Slippery Nipple, this is why you're not naming my squads. $10 to 20% undead? Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to spot vampires if you know the telltale sign. Currently, I'm at war with one goblin civ, the Joyous Devil. These guys, the Council of Men, bring us tribute every year. I'm at peace with their parent faction, which is the Realms of Stone. The group of Soaring bring us tribute every year. The group of Alchemy bring us tribute every year. And Pesser Ol are at peace with us and trade with us. The Fragrant Bear, which is a lovely elven civilization, is the one that we're about to trade with, and they've been great so far. I did piss them off for a couple of years because I accidentally tried to sell them clothing studded with wood, but it's fine. They're no longer mad at me, and they've been trading with me again recently. Nice. And I'm going to sell them a bunch of meat pots. I know they're vegetarian, but maybe they can put it on their counter or something and admire it. The pot, not the meat. They can just, like, I don't know, use it for fertilizer or something. No, not really. Once you're at war, you're at war. That's actually my biggest complaint about DF, is the lack of proper diplomatic options. Just the passive-aggressive in-jokes, Zap. So to give you an idea on the theme that we have for the military, our main squad is called the Eternal Guard. Because they're the guard of all eternity. I mean, we could go with, like, the Eternal Hammer. I mean, yes, there's diplomatic options if it's stab them in the fucking forehead with something pointy or heavy. Although you can't really stab them with a heavy with a hammer. There you go, the Eternal Hammer. And considering your dwarf is particular about hammers, rather than giving you a spear, because I got tons of spear, I can find you a hammer. There you go. Silver Warhammer. Pablo can take a spear. You can be our one hammer Dwarf. Actually, that's not true. I have two. Stone fall traps are so bad, though. They barely work. So we murdered them? Good shit. See, this is what's fun about DF. What Russ Ames is doing in chat right now. You know? Talking about DF. Telling the stories that you had emergent... Like, when people talk about emergent gameplay, DF is capital plus emergent gameplay, right? That's what it is. It's you can interact with this interesting little world and watch it evolve and grow under your control. And it's super fun because of it. Like, anybody who plays DF for any extended period of time, they'll tell you two things. Number one, once you get into DF, you don't really ever need another game because DF kind of does everything that you need. I mean, yeah, of course you could take a break every now and again, play some Doom or something to kind of completely change it up. But as far as, like, story and RPGs and emergent gameplay, there is nothing that beats Dwarf. Like, there's other games that do similar things, right? Like, Caves of Cud will do some of the emergent stuff with a little bit more direction and a little bit more handcrafted stuff. Something like War Sim is essentially like a king simulator where you run a faction of randomly generated creatures, which is a game I need to stream at some point. I'm gonna do it for my evening streams at some point. We'll play some War Sim, which looks like this, by the way. It's a procedurally generated novel. And by the way, you should fucking buy War Sim because War Sim is wonderful. And it's like $8, okay? And that's Canadian, which means it's probably like $2.37 US demonocrins. As a CAD dollar person, it's very cheap. We'll say the maps plus military system. We'll say I need to learn the maps plus military system because so far all my worldly actions have been accidental.
Oh, dude,
yeah,
fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
I mean, I can help with that in other forts. You love mixing dollars and pence? I should really just say Canadian pesos more because Canadian pesos is the... Which is why you should cheer bits at me in American dollars so that I can turn those into Canadian pesos and be a Canadian peso billionaire. I need a broker because I don't have a broker right now. Shit. Goats, you can be my broker. Did I not? Oh, I already made the socks. You want more socks? Sure. Canadian marks. Marks doesn't roll off Marks doesn't roll off the tongue nearly as well as pesos, though. Canadian pesos versus Canadian marks doesn't sound as good. We playing Timbits. Timbits are not legal tender in Canada, but they are very good at throwing at people, especially if you leave them outside and they freeze. They make a very good projectile. So we could use them as a form of warfare. How do you learn what each symbol means? You press K. That's a silver pedestal. That's an iron mechanism. That's a nice floodgate. That's a silver pedestal. That's a silver pedestal. That's a green glass window. That's an iron mechanism. That's a diorite armor stand. I can tell by the color. Iron floor. Smooth nice. A horse. A donkey. A mule. An elf. And a mule. And a trade depot. On smooth nice. A jam window. A Galinanakis, which is a musical instrument, which, of course, by the way, a Galinanakis, if you're unaware, is most definitely a Anakis is a huge stationary stone musical instrument, which above hangs 8 stone bells. The musician uses the keyboard to select which of these 8 bells are struck. The instrument is an 8.5 octave range, going from extremely low to extremely high pitch. It has 4 registers. The low register has a steady, wobbling nasal timbre. The medium register begins at a low pitch and has a clear, light, crisp timbre. The high register begins at a medium, low pitch and has a sweet timbre. The top register begins at a high pitch and has a steady, shrill timbre. All of the musical instruments are randomly generated as part of world generation, so alongside of the musical forms. And if we catch dwarves performing a dance or singing a song, we can actually read about the description of how the dance is performed, what it sounds like, to the point where if you know a lot about music, you could, in theory, write a piece of music according to those rules, which would sound appropriately dwarfy. If you press this button, which is Z, it'll tell you what every single dwarf job is. The dwarves are assigned by color based on the skill that they are best at, not the task they are currently doing. But if you play the game quite a bit, you'll learn pretty quickly how to discern dwarf from dwarf regardless of color. I could just see a dwarf run by and know what dwarf it is based on how they're moving, because they all move differently. Also, I'm using a tile set, so this is what the game actually looks like. This is what it would look like in vanilla. Which takes me a second, but it's almost identical to me. There's a dwarf carrying a mug. For example. Many people play like that. Although I wouldn't use this tile set. I'd use the square one, not the rectangle one, but Yeah, you can find other different songs. If I see them singing one, I'll show you how to. Wait, what? Did I actually take too long to trade with them? I think I did. Oops. Yeah, if your homeland doesn't show up for a while, that's a problem. My homeland was at war with another faction for a number of years, and I didn't get a trade caravan with them for I think about almost 10 years in game in this fortress. They didn't show up and trade or talk to me or anything for almost 10 years. Point where we got really worried. Be wary about humans. Humans will bring a lot of stuff that your dwarves can't actually use, but they'll also bring stuff that your dwarves can use that your dwarves can't make, like whips. Very giggity. Feel satisfied upon improving observation. But no, I mean, when you're first starting out with DF, you're gonna do a lot of pausing. You're gonna be like, I'm sorry, Nani, the fuck is that? Right, okay, that's a nice coffer, which is a type of chest. That's a bed. That's a roasted cave lobster. Okay, that's another roasted cave lobster. That's a nice scepter. That's iron weapon rack. Okay, cool. Those are definitely doors because of the tile set. But like, as time goes on, the sound commands are for patrons and high tier subscribers, like man. As time goes on, you will just kind of get used to it. It's like any game. If you play it for a little bit, like when I first started playing DF, it took me about 2 hours, and I more or less knew what I was looking at any given time. Like, yeah, it can get kind of confusing when you're jumping up through Z levels, but also at the same time, you figure it out. It's not that bad. I need to slaughter a lot of piggies. Got too many pigs. I mean, dwarves want to store their favorite food for later. Obviously. Depends on your elevation. As far as Z level for caverns, I can't tell you that because I don't know. It depends on where you settled in the elevation. 20 down? Go another 20. Sometimes I found the first cavern layer at layer 100 plus. And then they're all like stacked right on top of each other. I've found them like immediately. I've never actually seen an open cavern layer, but like they vary. It varies wildly. All right, I'm gonna turn off the Eternal Guard from training. Give them a break. This fort's probably a bad time to ask that question, Brackinator, because the whole point of this fort is longevity. I'm just trying to keep the dwarves as happy as possible and satisfied and keep all of the needs met. So this fort is more about maintaining than actually trying to make a specific story play out. In my Halloween fort that I did over Halloween, all the VODs are up on my YouTube channel. It was called Shattered Monster. I was specifically trying to make an evil fort to do evil things and be evil. So, you know, initially it was like a happy-go-lucky dwarven fortress, and then I pushed it a little dark, and then we started being a little warmongery, and then suddenly I murdered everybody and turned them all into zombies. Good times. Ire Stupid. Hello. Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Good to have you. For continuing to click those buttons and continuing to give me those Bezos bucks. Because he doesn't fucking need them, and God all knows that I do. So, cheers. And enjoy the ad-free viewing. I'm the god of contentment. The god of boredom. Or the god of preventing boredom. But, like, even this fortress, like, am I trying to create a specific narrative? Not really, but the dwarves are kind of doing that themselves. Like, for example, the fact that, where'd she go? Sui, this dwarf. This dwarf was born in the fortress, is 85 years old. Currently, her upper spine is bruised because she had a bad fall a number of years ago where she fell off of a wall. She is blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom. This dwarf was very sad and depressed for the first few years of her life because she desperately wanted a lover. Eventually, she met Hot Cup of Tea and the two got married. Now they have 4 children. Apostle, Trumpet Dog, the first, Lord Floof, and Picture Point. Lord Floof, Picture Point, and Apostle the second are all still alive and are all still very happy. Since then, she's had a pretty happy life. She's one of my best swords dwarves and a very, very religious dwarf, and which is why she's quite sad right now at the fact that she hasn't been able to pray for a long time. So even in a fortress like this, where the whole point is just survival, you get these little stories and you get these little snippets of them. You know, you can see her whole family tree here, the gods she worships, and her friends. She's really good friends with the mayor, who was recently elected, which is probably why she voted for him. I'm just assuming she did, but I don't actually know, because they do vote for the mayor. For example, like Apostle, this dwarf. This dwarf is currently very annoyed when being caught in the rain. Is 38 years old. Doesn't have a lover in the fortress, which is kind of a problem. I really hope that this dwarf finds a companion in the future, because it would probably help their day-to-day mood, especially if they could have some kids. I think Black Hole grew up. Hold up. Black Hole has become a peasant. Black Hole was born in this fortress, was born in this fortress, and is 12 years old. Is now old enough that they can legally work and become member of the child labor force. So, because of this, we're going to take a peek at their head and see what they want to do. Aluminum, mudstone, demon rat tooth, excuse me. This dwarf likes mudstone. Also, another thing. This is their head, right? The blue text and the white text, kind of right behind my camera. Blue text is kind of their outlook on life. The white text is their personality. The purple text in between that is how their personality has changed based on events that they've witnessed. So this dwarf has an incredibly calm demeanor after witnessing the unexpected death of somebody in 94. So somebody died in 94. Can you play Cupid? What, can you hook them up? No, they have free will. They do that themselves. I mean, I guess in theory, you could take 2 dwarves and lock them in a room and just drop food in until they start fucking, but like, generally, no. Not really. I mean, you could, but it's kind of cruel. I mean, like, that's like saying, can you make 2 people fall in love? I mean, if you lock them in a room together, they might eventually bang. Is that cruel and evil? And illegal? Yeah. Could you do it? Sure. I wouldn't. This dwarf has an incredibly calm demeanor due to the unexpected death of somebody, is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort, is often sad and dejected after retching a miasma in the year 96, and is slow to anger after retching a miasma in the year 93. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Not racist. Good stuff. Can handle stress, so it doesn't get stressed easily. Perfect. Tends to consider what others think of her, and after wearing tattered clothing in the year 93, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. So a glum, but doesn't care about being glum dwarf, who's incredibly calm. Good. Doesn't panic easy. Excellent. Good dwarf. How do you handle corpses and stuff? I can show you in a sec. Generally, I smash them, drop them in magma, or put them somewhere where we don't see them. In this fort, we're smashing them. Last fort, I was dropping them in magma. Whatever works easier. My agency in the world? I give them orders. You know, can tell them to build a wall out of diorite, and then they will build a wall out of diorite. But I don't actually want them to build a wall out of diorite, so I'm going to cancel the wall out of diorite. You give them, like, basic orders. Like, that on the right is the UI, which I keep hidden. Or actually, rather, it's the list of hotkeys. So B would be the building's hotkey. C would be the civilization's hotkey. D would be the designation's hotkey. So designation, I could tell them to mine. I could tell them to build stairs. I could tell them to chop trees, gather plants, smooth stone, engrave stone, carve fortifications. If I want them to engrave stone, okay, let's engrave something. Here's something I can engrave. There's a couple gems in that wall. Now, they're just gonna do whatever they want for those two. But let's give them a specific engraving for this one. Let's relate it to the civilization or group. How about ignited creation? Or the mangled curse? That's interesting. Probably a goblin group. The ignited creation, which is us. So they're gonna do one drawing that is of something from our civ, probably our image, and then 2 random ones. So let's see what they make. Need refined coal? That's fine. Let's start making coal. That's not what I want. Charcoal. So I just did a thing real quick. I went to the manager's screen and queued up 100 charcoal. They're going to go make 100 units of charcoal. But that job hasn't been queued up yet. I have a dwarf who is assigned to the task of manager. Now, the dwarf that is assigned to the task of manager is also my mayor, so that makes things a little easier. This is Goats. Goats is currently socializing up here. The little socialize down the bottom middle of the screen is purple because this dwarf is actively getting happy thoughts from it. This is something that this dwarf needs because this dwarf is very social. Now we're going to sit here and pleasantly wait, unless I actually assigned a different dwarf to me. No, I did assign a different dwarf to me. I assigned Eric Shadowblade because I'm a derp. Where is... I just, like, swapped out all of my dwarves in charge of anything, and now I'm, like, missing it. There we go. Well, you're discussing ores anyway. You haven't gone too far. Cool. Hasn't been done yet. So he's discussing ores, right? Or she's discussing ores. Eric Shadowblade is in the library discussing ores with the other scholars. These are learned dwarves. They write books about various topics that they've discussed. And now that he's done discussing ores, he's pondering ores and learning about ores and thinking about ores. I mean, I like to think they're talking about, like, boat oars for, like, rowing, but you know what I mean. Well, eventually... I might give someone else your job. Now he's discussing stitches. Eventually, when he decides to get his ducks in a row, he's going to run over to that table over there on the left of this room and do some paperwork and then give the orders to the dwarves to go make that charcoal. But he hasn't done that yet because he's busy. It's been like 2 days. A day is about 30 seconds. Do. No.
This is madness! Madness.
How you feeling, Hobo? Get a good night's sleep? Yeet. What's up, man? How is Thing? I hope Thing be good. You know, chat, as of the 14th of this month, so 4 days from now, I will have streamed for 7 years. Fuck. The first year was very sporadic and all over the place, but 7 years. I'm going to give this job to a different dwarf because you're too easily distracted. You know, let's give it to Aegis. Aegis is a good dwarf who deserves a new job. So we're giving it to Aegis the Spineless, who is currently tanning a hide. A pig hide, to be specific. Very hardworking dwarf. It's either a big accomplishment or it proves that I'm very dedicated to working harder than I've ever worked before to not have to work. There you go. Now he's going to go manage work orders. So he's got the thing. So he runs down here, runs all, or crawls all the way. A friend of mine told me I should start streaming because he thought I had the personality for it. And I started streaming run-based games and then moved to Tycoon games, and then came back to run-based games, and then moved into more traditional roguelikes. And here I am. There's your origin story. Now shower me in donations and love and hype trains, because I am the entertainment god of your time. And there you go. The orders have been sent, and the dwarves will now go make charcoal. All right. So I'm gonna let you guys just stare at these dwarves. And is there anybody in the tavern? Oh, hold on. Maybe they'll dance. Please dance. They might have just danced. They're hanging out in the tavern, which is assigned via this zone, which I set by hitting I and then making a zone, and then setting it as a meeting area, hitting L for assigned location, and assigning it as a tavern by hitting A. Delete it so that they don't go hang out there. Want to sit and do nothing? Hey, at least you're functional. Hoping that they'll dance. I want to show you guys how to tell what kind of music they're doing. Oh, Hobo, you died of old age, by the way. Thought I should mention, you died of old age, by the way. Dude, you were an old dwarf. You died at 164. Last time I checked was 163, and you died at the first of the next year, so... Assuming you didn't die before midnight, you died at 164. Kind of forgot the dwarves do that. They live from 150 to 170 years old. Yeah. After 150 years, they could just die of old age on the 1st of spring at random. Natural causes. Although, Hobo, this is... or actually, anybody who owns VR, this popped up recently. Humble's got a pretty good VR bundle. Because VR games would tend to be kind of on the expensive side. All right. I don't know when they're going to dance. But I need to go get my lunch. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to see them dance in a little bit. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go check blood sugar, stab myself with needles, and grab a sandwich. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much to everybody who's hanging out. And keep those questions coming, because it is fun kind of answering those. Trying to do my best over here. If you're here for the first time, somebody just bought a Humble VR bundle. Thank you! For whatever percentage of that you gave me. If you want to go watch lore videos, I do that stuff over there. And if you want to support me directly, I have a Patreon. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Cheese for everyone!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Were-bison. Ooh. Now the thing you really need to be scared of is a Y-bison. A Y-bison is terrifying. Were-bison, at least, you know, their whereabouts. I'm gonna stop now. There bison. Where bison? There bison. Hair bison? Hair beasts? Here beasts? I mean, if they're were beasts, that's fine because they're... you know what? I can't even keep this up. Hi, Quatch. How you doing? Looks like we have some humans to trade with. The U's are humans. The W's are water buffalo. And the brown things that they're riding are carts. One of the strangest creatures, indeed. Good to hear, Quatch. Other humans have also arrived to trade. It's official. I'm not allowed to export socks. Fuck. Also, hello, Muscarian. The hiccups. Great. Fortunately, I can still sell dresses and stuff. The X's mean that they're worn. Selling all the crappy ones. The more X's and the bigger the X's, the more worn they are. Death penalty? Potentially, yeah. For selling socks, if you export a single sock, odds are good you'll have your skull jammed firmly through your brain. Into the deaded, realm of the deaded. Honestly, I'll probably just leave all the socks for an extended period of time. And then when he dies, we'll just sell them. Not too worried. I could also just mass forbid them when I need to trade, and then trade. I need to sneeze. Woo! Hey, Silhouette. Every single person is incredibly strong because of how many boulders we've had to deal with. Because of how much stonework we do and how much rock crafting we do. Every single dwarf in this fortress is strong enough to one-shot somebody with their fist. Sounds like a normal dwarf. I mean, if you could punch somebody hard enough to break their skull and crush their brain, wow. Motherfucker. Stop sneezing, please. Oh, God. I mean, I probably have dwarves that are that strong, if not stronger. You need to remember that it took us 10 years in game to, or 10 days of streaming to dig this pit, and then another 30 years in game to clear all the boulders. This is new. We haven't traded with... Actually, I'm really fucking excited about this. Holy shit. We haven't had a human royal treasurer show up in decades. The original Merchants Guild, yes.
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
All right, I'm done chewing. Abet Shibarior. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much, of course, to discuss. Also, I just realized I need to make... Hey, it's snowing outside again. I need to make a statue for Hobo and a statue of our new mayor. Goats. Yeah, because it's been a long time since they've actually sent a royal treasurer, considering we don't technically have royalty. Actually, what this means, Chan Sigma, it means I can request specific stuff from them, but it means I get this. Now, this is a big deal because this fortress is all about longevity and keeping things alive. They're going to give me information about their civilization. So if the goblins on their end of the world are expanding, they're going to tell me. If they've expanded their civilization, they're going to tell me. If people are going to war, they're going to tell me. Which is very interesting for lore reasons. Is it actually that helpful gameplay-wise? It can be, if there's things like necromancer towers, or massive expansion of goblins, or massive expansion of elves, or other various dangerous creatures and things that could cause me to go... but this is fucking cool. There's much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm going to do a thing that I wouldn't actually recommend anybody ever do, but I'm doing this specifically for longevity purposes. I'm going to ask them very kindly to bring me all of the fucking wood. And the reason I'm going to ask them to bring me all of the fucking wood is because I really don't want to chop down trees. And the reason I don't want to chop down trees is we're here for longevity. I don't want to piss off the elves. Also, do they have any fun pets? I haven't looked in a while. Nothing particularly exciting. They do, however, have some fun fish. Hagfish, nautilus, cuttlefish, kids, sea nettle jellyfish, mackerel, flounders, soles, hakes, some stores, steelheads, anchovies. All of these ocean fish, a lot of dwarves like eating these. I have no way of getting them. That's also cool. That is Age of Wonders 3 music, Trench Dog. What's up? Good to see you. Hope you do well. Well, then we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're, of course, willing to offer you for your craft dwarfship. You want short swords, prepared meals, cheese, earrings, plants, cut gems, pearlash, cloth, crowns, splints, and geese. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Where's the alcohol? I hear it's free here. Or at least that's what a certain pirate metal band told me. Because the alcohol is free. Yo ho, Mexico. Which I don't think is actually true. Alcohol is not free in Mexico, but... Do dwarves seek out foods they prefer? They will go out of their way to find foods that they prefer, yes, if it's cooked. However, I guess if you steal the alcohol's yo ho, Mexico. They will go out of their way to find cooked meals that they prefer. If it's raw, they don't care. And if their meals are, or if the food that they prefer is not cooked, unless it happens to be a raw food, like I have one dwarf in this fort who, wait, I think they're still alive, who likes strawberries. Yeah, there they are. This dwarf, the dwarf that lives up here. They like strawberries. It's Dragon Man. Really, really, really likes strawberries, which is why there's 1, 2, 3 strawberries, and then none in the basement suite, surprisingly. But there's 3 strawberries sitting there because he's gonna go there and eat them by himself, or she's gonna go there and eat them by herself. So she just really likes strawberries. Uncooked strawberries specifically. And gets all these happy thoughts about eating them. So unless they specifically prefer a raw food, they will prioritize the cooked version. Like meats, they won't eat meats raw. They will eat vegetables raw. They'll eat fruits raw. Dwarf Fortress is, as I said earlier, as hard or as simple as you want it to be. You can keep an entire fortress alive with nothing but plump helmet mushrooms, which are the easiest food to factory farm in the game. Super easy to get lots of. Do you want to keep one dwarf particularly happy? Do you want to import mackerel so that you can keep that one dwarf happy? There is methods that you can do that if you want to go real deep. Raw taters, yeah. Raw tubers. All right, so let's see if they have anything fun. They brought us prepared emu brain. How kind. Also, we have tons, and I do mean tons of strawberries in this fortress. The only reason we have so many strawberries is because the humans brought us strawberry seeds. There are no strawberries naturally growing here. We're growing them all ourselves. Okay, well, I don't really care what we trade for you. I will just take all of your sheet, which is paper, and we'll make into scrolls. And I will trade a bunch of this stuff for it. There you go. Trade. And then we'll trade with the other group. Trade everything else. What do you guys have? She just puts them in her chest. She puts them in the chest, and then we'll go back later and eat them. They will go eat them. Run ibex. Also, if you press F12 and you're using a fancy tile set, it'll default to the neutral text, which is often a lot easier. A flail. An iron whip! I want to buy an iron whip, just to have one. Lump the camel. Did I buy a camel? No, unfortunately, they don't give a sheet. Zapdos. They buy a sheet. They have an ant-ichor barrel. Tasty. Alpaca, hen, an iron toy axe. And once they run out of food, they will go and search for vermin. You know what? Honestly, I think I'll just trade for the one cage. Trade. So, something that's also not immediately apparent about DF is if I go up to the surface, the blue is open space, by the way. All of this is this is my wall. These are trees over here, and this is a big old hole, which is my fort. If I go over here, we float around, you can see there's lots of, well, there's tree. These are all trees. You scroll up, you can see the tops of trees. Little squares are like little Minecraft blocks. They're very similar to Minecraft trees. Some of them are pecan trees, apricot trees, and we're running up here and picking up fruits from the ground and walnuts and all the things that land on the ground is to gather for my dwarves to munch on. Now, let's look around and see if we can spot some vermin. Now, vermin are little creatures that the game is processing that are almost always completely invisible. Things like mice, rats, small bugs, creatures, slugs even. And they will occasionally show themselves. Let's just watch and see if I can pause and spot one. But if dwarves run out of food entirely, they will go and hunt for vermin and eat living small creatures like slugs, bugs, rats. You name it. They will go eat it. Creepy crawlers if you're in a haunted biome. Actually, here's a good way of giving you an example. I go up to the top of this tower. Those yellow things are my beehives. Those little speckles that you see, those little black spots, those are bees. There's a honeybee worker. Another honeybee worker. They're flying down to the surface and pollinating. This is a honeybee hive with 1,000 or 17,209 bees in it that the game is keeping track of. You are way too nice to your mayor, Russ at Imes, but I respect it. I respect it. I respect the hustle of being kind to your people in charge. I'm very much in explanation mode today. I don't normally do this much explaining, but normally we're like talking about philosophy or politics while playing DF. Today it's just like, this is DF thing. This is DF thing. The question's coming. It's good. Sometimes I've actually seen ants in Legends. Really? I know that Stone, aka MLH in chat, has a habit of looking for unnamed animals in Legends and seeing stuff that they've done, like finding cows with dozens of kills and stuff. What are the politics of the realms of elves? They're eco-terrorists. They're basically PETA. If you chop down trees, they will tell you to stop chopping down trees. If you keep chopping down trees, they will aggressively tell you to stop chopping down trees. If you keep chopping down trees, they will make the trees grow weapons and stab you with the trees. They will also eat their own dead. They're very religious. Odd folk. Okay, so let's see if there's any news and happenings over in the humans section. Nothing that I'm seeing immediately. They did update my maps. But they must be very calmly just existing. Let's check their populations. Group of Soaring has grown quite a bit. Their population has doubled. More unnamed animals find you in Legends? Yeah, but you look at them, I don't, right? I have no idea, Crastator. I think that the kind of consensus from the wiki is maybe? Question mark. Maybe. Oh, we'll see. I don't really care, personally. But if we do get necromancers, I think that'd be kind of cool. Gotta deal with all of this. Also, someone was asking what I do with corpses. So these are refuse/body stockpiles. This right here is a zone set as a garbage dump. This right here is a drawbridge set to close forward. It's currently raised. This is a lever that is connected to this drawbridge with a mechanism. I go hit DBD and mass dump everything from these stockpiles as they fill up. The dwarves then come up and dump everything into those stockpiles. Or into that. And then I tell them to pull the lever and it crushes everything in there. Very effective. I mean, that's great. I'm very happy that the elves in your world have their own safe haven place where they can practice their religious beliefs, worship the trees, and convince them to grow into the shape of weapons and weird other objects so that they can pleasure each other with them. I mean, make themselves very happy keeping the dwarves alive, or their friends alive. And there's a new dwarf that's arrived. That's the word I was looking for. Does anybody want to be a dwarf in this fort? I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100. If you do not currently have a dwarf in the fort, which is currently Petra Eternal, Apostle, Horny, Mad, Omnivore, Aegis, Scrumpet, Slipple, Voozle, Trash Battery, Guy, Nervicious, King, Spitalier, Mika Well, Sparkly 4K, Sethados, Picture Point, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Focal Fury, Vinsati, Trumpet Dog, Warm Shadow, Goats, Wave Thrash, Dragon Man, Sui, Gimper, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Lord Floof, Eric Shadowblade, Hot Cup of Tea, Polking, Cheers Jamie, Belug, Padinsky, Pablo, Lump, Gate Nerd, Zapdos, Black Hole, Ara, Axon, or Cappy. Please chuck a number into the chat, and I will select somebody who hasn't been around for a while, so Hobo, you're probably a null for right now. Someone who hasn't been around for a while. There's a dwarf. Perfect. So you won, is what you're saying, Gate Nerd. God, that game is so good, isn't it? Oh, great. Now investments are going to screw this up. I'm going to give it to Soloek, who I don't think has actually had a dwarf in this so far, because the number that I was thinking of was 86. So, and you're 87. Welcome to the Fortress of Longdeath. Fortress of the Mundane. Oh, I just said that that game is super fucking good. Have I played Ultra Kill? Not as interested in Ultra Kill. I mean, like... Yeah, not super interested in Ultra Kill. Maybe it's the aesthetic, maybe it's the focus on combos. Not so much for me. Maybe once it's done and has a full campaign and isn't mostly focused on that, you know... What's the word I'm looking for here? I'm not super big on spectacle fighters, and that game looks like a spectacle fighter. Of course they're rained on. It's always raining. Have you ever been left outside in the rain for days on end? Because that's what it's like for the dwarves. He is 83 years old, born on the 6th of Hematite in the year 20, has no family, and worships no gods. Weird. Bronze Blizzard is your last name. You're a milker. Personally is disgusted by the idea of loyalty and dreams of crafting a master herc someday. If someone struck the earth a little too hard in your home fortress, is there a way I can help them? You need to define what you mean by struck the earth too hard. How do you memorialize a character that has died and is haunting a colony with no remains? You make a slab, which can be made at a, which is basically a gravestone, can be made at a masonry shop. And then you go to your crafts dwarf shop and you assign a slab to be engraved. I can show you how to do that in a second. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is clean-shaven. His ears are somewhat short, and his sandy-top skin is slightly wrinkled. You had to engrave slabs here? Yeah, I can show you how. I will come back to this. Just give me a second. So the way you engrave a slab to stop a dwarf from, you know, murdering all your people. So you can either go to the manager screen and make a slab, right? Just make one. Tell them to do that and from the manager screen if you have a manager set up. But if you don't have a manager, go to your masonry shop, hit Q. You go to the masonry shop, hit A to add a new task. Alt S. Hold Alt and hit S. It'll queue up a slab, okay? Once the slab is done, go over to your crafts dwarf shop, hit A, hit Alt S, and select who you want to memorialize, okay? Mason will make the slab. I think it's an engraver will etch the slab. It's either an engraver or a stone crafter. I think it's an engraver. And then you go to the build screen and then Alt S, and then select which slab you want to place. I only have one, which has been built for a while. But if you hit X on this screen, once you've selected where you want to put it, it'll actually tell you, and then if I hit F12, it'll actually tell you who the slab was engraved to. I have one that's for Pink Fluffy, apparently. I don't know why, but I do. So it'll tell you who it's for, and then you just place that. Once it's been placed, the ghost will go away. Okay, where did Silhouette go? Because you were a milker. Is confident under pressure and does not trust others and prefers to be alone. He is not a private person and freely shares details of his life. He is assertive and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He often feels discouraged, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and occasionally overindulges, doesn't go out of his way to help others, and is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, as what good dwarf should. Quick to anger and needs alcohol to get through every single day of his goddamn fucking life, because he's a dwarf. Which would be weird if he didn't. Like shale, electrum, and bonded ogate, deer tooth, and the color lime, bracelets, and the sight of the fuchsia velvet. I'm going to immediately jump over to you and give you stone crafting. That'll actually work quite nicely. And you can have tanning and milking out. Perfect. Also, I'm gonna throw you into the eternal hammer. Also, I have a side motive of doing that, Livis Mangus. So as people ask me to explain small things like that, I'm actually putting markers into the stream, and I'm cutting them out of the VODs separately, downloading them, and editing them into 1-minute tutorials. Quite literally, because I've had people ask me for a while, they're like, will you do tutorials? Can you do tutorials? Can you make a list of tutorials? I hate making tutorials, but I'm good at explaining things, and I'm good at explaining things quickly. But I hate making edited tutorials, so I can very quickly just go, bonk, just cut that out, and then just put it up separately. People who keep asking me to make tutorials will eventually, slowly, over a long period of time, get a list of tutorials. Also, Pablo, it's good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. I almost sneezed mid-sentence there. I think my apartment needs to be dusted. Dying over here. Yeah, I don't have a command for it yet or anything, but this is the playlist currently. There's another one that isn't public yet. Has your dwarf made it this far? Yes, your dwarf has made it this far. I can find him. Question. There you are. He is proud after teaching striking, and is proud after teaching dodging, and was lonely after being away from friends, and was worried after being unable to acquire something. Proud after teaching fighting. You're a military commander. You have a pet goose who is dead. Or you had a pet goose. Your mom and dad are both dead, and your brother still can't walk. And you are training Padinsky, a hammerderf, who is irritated after dwelling upon being caught in the raid, but you forked through an inebriation and satisfied upon improving hammer, which is one of my favorite lines of the game. Satisfied upon improving hammer. The last caravan offered a shiny blue thing called adamant. Wait, what? And you think that you know why they stopped coming? Question. Go to your world map, okay? Find your mountain home. In my case, it's the glorious Trumpet Stroke, which is the best name ever for a fortress. See if there's any dwarves there anymore. They might all be dead. That's also amazing. I don't think I've ever actually had the mountain home bring me adamantine before. Also, although if they're all dead, you would get a king and become the mountain home by default. So they can't all be dead. They might be at war. They might be fighting. They might be having a tricky situation. But it's black. Does it say there's a population? Yeah, no, Sathatos has been popping in periodically. The best part is, in real life, Sathatos is a gem cutter and gem polisher. Works in the jewelry business. And so that dwarf is a jeweler and made a perfect, I can't remember what, I think Sard, perfect Sard, I want to say. Trumpet Stroke, yes. Best name for a fortress. Why your mayor became a noble? What kind of noble? If you randomly get a king, congrats, everyone else is dead. Like, if someone just inherits the job of being the boss of all of Dwarf, then congrats, everyone's dead. You're the only one left. It's okay, though. You will be fine. Inhale, exhale slowly. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100% that shit can happen. One of my favorite things I've ever actually seen in DF was a screenshot that somebody took of a fortress that they reclaimed. In the basement of that fortress that they reclaimed, okay? Down at the bottom of the lowest cavern layer, an adamantine spire, okay? The bottom of that adamantine spire was a constructed floor, okay? With smoothed walls around them, okay? Engraved on one of those smoothed walls was an image of a fiend, which is one of the coolest fucking things ever. So at some point in World Gen, that fortress dug too deep, sealed it, and engraved around it, which is wild, and I love it. I mean, in World Gen, they can. I don't know about post-World Gen. No, they super duper can. They super duper can. I mean, hold on. I have a video for you to watch if you're willing to take a minute away from this. This is a video that I put too much work into that didn't get enough views, so. DFFD, that save, you're gonna need to speak English. I'm not as fluent in Dwarf as you, Quatch. Can you floor the bottom of spires before the circus comes to town if you're very careful? Did the person do that? I don't know. It's not my save. If it was my save, I would have done that. Or I would have uploaded it at the very least to Google Drive and booted it onto Reddit. The person who made it just posted a screenshot on Reddit, so I have no idea. With a few accompanying screenshots from Legends. I have no idea if they did that or not. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. That was going to be the next thing I was going to say. It's like assuming they know how to do that. Technically now I can export socks, but... See, this is why the older DF players are getting frustrated, is because the new youngins don't even look at forums, let alone know what DFFD is. Like, I know about DF File Depot, but I didn't know. But then again, I should have figured that out because I'm not that stupid. I'm pretty stupid, but I'm not that stupid. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I look at this website and I wouldn't even know where to put it. I'm curious about if there... Yeah, right, Sasspot. I'm wondering if there's going to be anything interesting in this world save. I'm going to release it once I hit year 100. I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I own stupidskull.com for a reason. Also, buy my Stupid Skull socks. Because, you know, why not? You can crush the skulls of your enemies with every step. Who doesn't want to do that? Glorious. Come on. I sell socks? Yes, I sell socks. Also, I blurted this out earlier, and I don't know if Cooler's actually doing it, but I want Cooler to make a very similar pattern to those, but instead of oh no, screwed up the count. But I want Cooler to make a similar pattern to those, but with the dwarf emotes, so we could have dwarf socks and skull socks. So you could have both of them like a pair. You could have the skull socks and the dwarf socks. And if you have both, then you could have the dwarves before they dug too deep, and then the dwarves after they dug too deep. I mean, who doesn't want to wear adamantine pants? But if I did that, would you be placed in your fortress considering your fort is still alive? Yeah, you'd be plopped into the last thing, but they could just retire it. Is this because it was your first fort? I mean, people like to poke other people's forts. Also, if you ever want to share your fort, but you don't want to share the whole thing, my Discord, I like seeing screenshots of. Although right now my Discord is just yelling about counting. Yeah, it's the history in the background. I kind of agree with Quatch. Here. Thoughts, Warm Shadow? Pretty good in it. That video took me about 10 hours of editing. Plus I purchased the art from Cooler. Goddamn cool. Because I'm not the fastest at it. Oh shit, they're dancing. You know, I was talking earlier about dancing. So Picture Point is playing a lular, and Brander Buddy is singing. Sweet Sparkle Farts is performing a dance. King is performing a dance. And Trash Battery is playing the large instrument, which means it's not a handheld instrument, so they have to carry it, called Keurig, which is basically a giant drum. But if I click on this, select the Dwarf and go to the G menu, which is like their skills, and press enter, this is the dance that they're doing. At which point, where they are in it as well. The Fuchsia Velvet is a social group dance originating in the Ignited Creation. The form guides the dancers during the improvised performances. The dance is accompanied by any composition of the Satin of Rhyming. The dancers perform in several lines, moving slowly with the music. The dance is punctuated by the understated framework. And then if I scroll down to the bottom, the Satin of Rhyming is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Ignited Creation. The rules of the form are applied by composers to produce individual pieces of music, which can be performed as singer recites nonsensical words and sounds while the music is played on a Keurig. And 1 to 6 lular. The musical voices bring melody and counterpoint, and rhythm to the entire performance is at a walking pace, and the counterpoint of the melody has long phrases throughout. The form preference for a scale and free rhythm throughout. When possible, the composer's performers are to use ordnance and alternate tension and repose. And I think if I go over to the lular, no, it doesn't say anything. You get to this menu. So if you see dwarves dancing in your tavern, if you're using a tile set like mine, they'll have a little music note on them. If you're playing vanilla, they'll have little music notes on them, or double music notes on them if they're playing a musical instrument. What you do is you hit V, and then there's several different menus you could be in by default, but you hit G, it'll take you to this one, which will give you all of their skills, which you can actually scroll up and down with plus and minus on the numpad. But by default, Perform Dance is highlighted. Press enter. It'll show you what they're currently doing. You can also do this with socializing, reading books, and other things, and it'll tell you a little bit more information about the tasks that they're currently doing. Many of them are just an empty text box. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress, Russ. Like, this dwarf is socializing in a room, alone, by themselves. Mood. Press enter. This is an organizational activity. We'll branch into specific social events, such as dance. This dwarf is picking up an equipment. He's going for an elk leather backpack. This dwarf is also oh, that's the same dwarf. This dwarf is pondering stitches. Topic of being considered is a surgical method of stitching. I need someone else who's doing something. Read more glue. This is an exceptional mountain goat choir. Written on the item is a manual entitled More Glue, authored by Branderbuddy. It concerns the preparation use of adhesive materials. The writing takes frequent and interesting tangents. It contains some asides and is related to the author's preferences. Overall, the prose is passable. Same, right? That's why I'm like, mood. It's like, God, I feel attacked. It's like, there was one time, I wonder if I could get her. Okay, this dwarf is socializing alone in a room. Frustrated after being able to practice martial art, decent meals. Lonely after being away from family for too long. Lonely after being away from family for too long. Is socializing in a room, alone. This isn't a video game. This is just... Right. All right, I'm going to put you into the bear fighters and let the bear fighters go train. Practice more. That's just my wrestling squad. I'm going to go punch each other. No, has no family. And lover Solantre is dead. Has no family and has a few friends, but no family. You literally wrote a passable book about glue, yes. I think you've actually written several books about adhesives. Although I think my favorite title for a book in this fortress is probably... Looking for a specific one. A Hidden Meaning of Ignorance. Migration, New Approach. In Pursuit of Social Animals. A Book of Animal Courtship. Discovering Pulleys. Knowledge Falter. A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. That's it. A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. Written on the item is a book entitled The Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. Authored by Squug. The Bronze. Lamination of Brilliance. It concerns the construction and use of the pulley. The writing is quite cruel. Overall, it's passable. About a passable rule book about pulleys. This video game is great. You want that book? The cruel book about pulleys? Chat. I currently have 1.1 million, 43,666 views on my channel. I just wanted to take this moment. It literally just ticked up. I would like to take this moment to say Hail Satan. And thanks everybody for watching this stupid broadcast. He'll stand. He'll stand indeed. I mean, who doesn't want to hail Saturn? Saturn is badass. Too much metal for one hand? I mean, it's fitting. I played black metal today. Man, I feel bad for you, Warm Shadow. Bill just lives in... Also, nice... Warm Shadow's 69 years old, born in the year 34. Still sucks that you live in prison, though. I could Atom Smash you. I could also just let you out, and then you'd go die. Like, there's lots of things I could do. I eventually let Jellybutt out of prison, because she has to be let out of prison. And she just ran around in circles until she starved to death. Kind of awful. It's all awful. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is wonderful. I don't know what you're talking. Nothing bad ever happens to any of my dwarf. They either find fun sooner or later. Also, Against Ignorance is the most topical DF book I've seen in a minute. This is a superior quality porcupine parchment choir. Written on the item is an essay entitled Against Ignorance by Cheers Jamie. Fisher Vaults. It concerns the value of knowledge. The writing is depressing, yet it artfully indulges the author's fancies. The prose is passable. That's a particularly good one. Particular favorite of mine. You got put in prison, and that was pretty scarring for you, Worm Shadow. And then you were let out of prison, and then you immediately tantrumed and punched somebody real hard. And then you were beaten, and then put back in prison, and you went insane shortly after. Or you've never recovered. You've just remained insane. Annual tributes from Baste Peme and Nilon Abo have come. That's soap? Or is that silver? Or maybe it's like lay pewter or something. It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Wait, what? Why did they drop down there? Okay, so... Stone. If you're here, let me know. Otherwise, I'll screenshot this in about 10 seconds, okay? Holy butts! Okay. Cougar Parchment Choir. I wonder if there's anything written on that choir. A hazelwood barrel, 10 ant ichor, a dingo leather backpack, a copper scimitar, 2 high boots, 10 cow cheese, 1 citrine, 3 sheep wool bags, 2 red sand, 5 llama cheese, 1 rope reed bag, 1 yellow sand, 5 strawberries, and 1 horse leather hood. 5 beet plants and 1 kilonite block, 2 llama wool bags and 1 turkey parchment sheet, 10 water buffalo cheese, 1 white shark leather backpack, 1 willow bucket, 1 guineafowl leather bag, 1 donkey parchment sheet, 10 oat flour, 1 blue peafowl bone bracelet, 1 lead cage, 1 parchment sheet, 5 goat cheese, 25 silver bolts, 25 silver arrows, 1 large yellow sespertine, 1 oaken crutch, and an iron anvil. I'm going to assume that Stone has passed out. Lots of silver ammo. I mean, that's not really how were creatures work, but... I mean, we technically could get attacked by were creatures. They're just... We have more than enough dwarf to get attacked by them. What a time to get back from... Welcome back. Also, I'm just gonna... I do this every so often, chat. This person's been hanging out in the Discord a bit recently. And streaming some DF. Of course, you know, I'm not saying go leave my stream, but maybe go lurk over there. If you happen to have space for an extra tab. So, here you come. You guys are walking real slowly, other merchant. Artuk. No, they did. They're just walking very slowly. Just a very weak merchant. Particularly weak merchant. And this stuff's heavy, okay? One copper toy boat and one piece of fire clay. Toy boat and some dirt. Oi! Fire clay. I'll have you know that that is valuable dirt. I can do that, Stu. There's some... Okay, can I just say this? I don't know who did this, but somebody with the YouTube account named The Holy Spirit commented on my lore video, "God damn." And there's something really funny about a YouTube account called The Holy Spirit saying "God damn" to me as somebody who was raised Lutheran. Like, I was raised religious. Not anymore, but that's just kind of ironically funny. That's you? That's very funny to be warm shot. Little bit of ironic humor there. All right, not a lot of Discord word stories to read, stupid, but if you would like these to be longer when someone redeems that channel points thing, pop into the Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room and add some goddamn words. Do it when I'm not reading them so that, you know, it lasts longer. Tiles are breaking beneath the caverns. Run underwater. The unstoppable banana can't stop. Fire ants inside haunted homes. Live from the caboose. It's going sideways. SOS! Exclamation point. Otherwise known as save our sausages. Sometimes I want fat boa constrictors. I always had fun inhaling air. I would have said I always had fun while inhaling air, but because like that is a genuine, true, honest response. I always have had fun while inhaling air. I've also had bad times while not inhaling air. Also, it looks like we got a thing going on in the background. The dwarves have arrived in time to trade. Alongside of the outpost liaison Asteth Elvrith from Anstedubar. Find on the map which is your fortress liaison. Hit U. Go to others with the arrow keys or numpad. Scroll down until you find outpost liaison. Right there. Not much of a autoerotic asphyxiation person, so I couldn't tell you. Belwick. Couldn't tell you. Some people are into that, you know, that's more power to them. I'm not really into choking. That being said, I have had fun while inhaling other substances. Because, you know, something, something Snoop Dogg. Speaking of which, I'm waiting on spare parts for my vaporizer. Bad times. My name is Usteth. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Which fort you are under? Oh, the world map. Oh, you want to figure out which is your mountain home? I can show you. 10 units of Ant Ichor, yeah, right? The most hype. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your crafts, dwarfship. Your crafts work is legendary here. They want spears. Asteth, farewell goats. We miss Hobel already. He was a good dwarf. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Hit C, okay? And then hit H. Green shit are friendly, okay? Stuff that's the same bluey color is part of same fortress. That'll give you a general idea. But it'll be a slightly later shade. So this is my mountain home. Mountain home of Trumpet Stroke. This is where I'm from. Holy shit, Blue Chimp. How the fuck have you been? What's up, man? I missed your face. How you been? Been a long time. God. Been a minute. Jeez, good to see you. Thank you very much for gifting 5 subscriptions in the channel. Defan Yogs, Pete for Live, Batome, Smash T. That's a good name, Smash T. I like that one. And just Milk. I think I butchered that. You have a job now? Oh, pfft, boo. Jobs. Who does that? Jobs are so jobby. I don't know where I'm going with this, but what's up? The cover's been blown? You know, Pete, I know you've been lurking the last few days. Last couple days. Seeing you. Always watching. Good to see you too, by the way. You OG, you? Yeah, I'm just a stalker, stalking chat all the time. Having a job is so responsible and adult-y. Yeah, we're only 2 subs off of 300. Just saying. How am I doing? I am, well, I don't know how much you've been hanging out. Or how long you've been gone. But, let's just say 2019 was great up until about October. And then continued to suck. And then my life just went from being kind of like some of the happiest years of my life to being depression-riddled with terminal illness and fucking nightmares. Beside from that, I'm doing pretty all right, honestly. As well as I can be in 2020. I think we'll just keep doing what we've been doing, picking out all the crappy clothes. Sounds like 2020. Yeah, you know. It's been a fun year. In a bit. Oh, I can't sell socks, derp. I can sell shoes, though. And Warm Shadows, thank you very much for gifting 2 subscriptions. Here's the thing, Pete. Life didn't get in the way. Life's supposed to do that. Take care of yourself. You know, go be a human. Streams ain't going anywhere. But seriously, thank you very much, Warm Shadow, for gifting subs to Keen Cook and Granite Tier. Thanks for, like, doubling my week's revenue. It's been a slow week. Cheers, guys. Sell those shoes. Shoe. 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 Shoe, shoe, shoe. Sandal. Can't use that anyway. Also, if somebody cheers 100 bits, that's a hype train. Or if somebody resubs. Or if somebody else subs. I'm not selling socks. Shoe. 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 Sandal. Shoe. 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 There you go. Thank you, Pete. Cheers, man. Warm Shadow, thank you very much for gifting subs to Keen Cook and Granitier and Slippery Nipple and Demon Blanc as well. Thanks, guys. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for helping a streamer pay bills. You know, I don't think we need that ant ichor. I'm sure the mountain home will find some use for it. Let's sell all those crowns, crafts, and things. Oh, those socks. Right. Right. I had no idea what you were talking about. If someone gifts 98 subs, I'll be at 400. You're not wrong. And if someone gifts... Math. Like 650 subs. No, not 650. 450 subs. I will unlock an emote. The gift of math. Yeah, well. Although that's a different number. I was originally trying to do it with tier 3 subs, and then I got lazy because those are worth 6 sub points apiece, but instead of 1. I'm good at talking, not math, okay? There's a reason I didn't go to university. There's a reason I stream video games on the internet for a living, because I'm good at talking. Talking doesn't get you through classes. But, you know. Seriously, though, Pete. Good to see you. I hope you've been well. And Blue Chin. And thanks for the little hype train. While we bring all of this stuff to trade, frame rate gets bad probably because of that stupid barn owl that's trying to steal my shit. I mean, whenever we unlock an emote next, which probably won't be for a long time, but whenever we do unlock an emote next, if I keep scrolling up on Discord chat with Cooler, I can show you this. Unlock that one day. I have it. It's ready to go. But that's not going to happen for a while. I mean, owls don't really count as stealing stuff. They're more just dive bombing. Yeah, it would go real well with the other Dwarf emotes, frankly. The dwarves are kind of great. I think I'm technically under a new fort, but you can't tell. Your fraction is scattered everywhere. So are you trying to figure out where your fort is? Because your fort is the first one that it's automatically hovering over. Also, before it runs out, thank you very much, everybody, for starting the little hype train and for taking part in it. It already defaulted to level 2, so some of you will get emotes, probably. Thank you. Effort will pay off once the Steam release comes around. I'm not going to be a cynical shit, so I won't do it. But I hope so, Pablo. I hope so. Thank you for gifting 2 more subs, Pete. To Russ Ames, an Avenue philanthropist. Cheers, guys. Cheers, guys. You're leaving for work? You have a good day at work, Worm. I need goats to come trade. Oh no, I have depressed dwarf. What? Gimper? What do you do? Yeah, can I get a big ass round of beers for all those gifted subs that came out of fucking nowhere? The lack of dining tables. Oh, yeah, it was a blue peafowl bone bracelet. Really? Oh. bigger than you thought. They will grow over time, too. They will grow over time. Dwarf really is upset about the lack of dining tables and wants to practice some martial art. Well, I can put you in Bear Fighters 2. Get Bear Fighters the sequel training. There they go. Which they already are. 10,000 population Dark Goblin Fortress of White Profane. Sounds cozy and friendly. You should send some dwarves to go say hello and knock on their door and see if they're friends. So you finally got money to sub? I mean, here's the thing. That's, whether or not you can sub doesn't matter. If you can't afford to sub, someone will fix that problem for you eventually. But thank you for chucking subs around and making everyone's day awesome. Or at the very least, my day a little bit better. You're at war with them? Like I said, you should send some friends over to say hi! And keeping me above that 300 sub count mark. It's been a while since we've actually been up this high. You feel satisfied learning about that. You feel pleasure putting on a truly splendid item. Probably the dress that she just put on. Oh. Didn't actually get the chance to trade with them. Distracted by the sub-trade. You've never bought a subscription or a bit? And how many months have you been subbed? 8 months total? Going pretty good, I'd say. Better donate money directly? That's what the Patreon's for. It's not quite a scam. Subbing is worth it because you get the ad-free viewing. In my opinion. And bits are worth it because it supports the platform. I think there is something to be said for supporting the platform. Gifting subs is worth it because it gives other people ad-free viewing. And I think I would give everybody ad-free viewing if I fucking could, but I can't. So I do think that there is degrees of worth to it, but the hype trains are certainly scams. Be careful when taking part in hype trains. Don't do things you can't afford. Don't be stupid with your money. Don't bankrupt yourself on my behalf because I can't give you a fucking refund if you make a mistake. $1 more than before, in fact, so. And I wouldn't be around if it wasn't for my Patreon. Also, buy skull socks. Because who doesn't want to buy skull socks? Socks with skulls on them, specifically. So that you can crush the skulls of your enemy with every step that you take. Read the interpretation of knowledge. Sounds deep and dense. I can't export socks, but you can import socks. How about that? Also, can I import socks? Actually, no, I just can't export anvils. Oh. I can export socks. Can't export anvils. Well, actually, here's the thing. Financially, I get a bigger cut. Technically not supposed to say that, but I do. I do get a bigger cut of higher tier stuff. So it is more financially... It makes more sense to subscribe at a higher tier if you want to support a streamer more. But I get I get the vast majority of it if you go through Patreon. Patreon costs me like $15 a month fees for a lot more money. Also, I totally forgot to place some statues in the history of the fort. Hobo and a statue of goat. Also, you know, the higher tier subs will give you more perks than in this channel than lower tiers. Yeah, and you get the same perks as the high tier subs on Patreon. How'd the labyrinth turn out? Very effective. I'm working on a lore video for it. We're still waiting on a few more boulders up at the top to get cleared out. Once those do, we can expand on it. There is a dead Cyclops in the middle of it. That's how well it worked out. Dwarf Fortress game on Twitch. I stream Dwarf Fortress like at least 5 days, around 5 days a week, I'd say. I'll take the occasional day off to play like Caves of Cud or another game that I'm interested in. A whole lot of Dwarf Fortress. Also, militia captain is fighting with a great horned owl. Kicks the great horned owl in the right upper leg with his left foot. The injured part is smashed into gore. A ligament has been torn, and the part splits into gore. And the militia commander punches the great horned owl in the head with his right hand, and the injured part collapses. An artery has been opened by the attack. I think that owl is dead. Or owl. Fortress mode, indeed, yes. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in game. We are about to hit year 100, in fact. Well, we're about to hit year 99. Here's the thing. The labyrinth is probably better on pathing equations than the open space. Because they can only walk in front of them versus all over the fucking place. I get no frame rate lag. Ugh. I mean, the frames are generally good in my forts because I'm pretty good at managing them. I'm very anal about managing my frames. The only time they get bad is when we get dive bombed by buzzards. You missed the emotes. I got more now, too. I've gotten better, I can tell you. I've gotten better. Although, this is the scam. The scam are the bit emotes. And because I am a shitlord, I made them into literal paywalls. So you can build a pay fort if you want. Which is stupid. And you shouldn't buy them. But like... The flip side, also kind of awesome. I'm still waiting for someone to have a really good Mario emote and make, like, Mario block combos. Whoa! Holy shit. Okay, first off, what the fuck happened here? Someone hit that Kia so hard that it's mutilated. Was that goats that did that? Literally hit it once. The mayor scratches the Kia in the head, and the severed part sails off in an arc, and it just went splat. That red streak in the middle is that Kia that got gutted. Gutted! Gutted! Brutal! Fucking brutalized, man. I love it. Drunken bitch scrap. Scratch? I guess? Bum, 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 bum. Corrupted by IKEA. We're into late autumn. We hit spring. And we hit spring. Next year we'll be on year 99. The question is, do we get to year 100 today, or do we do that tomorrow? And do legends at the end of stream. Have I settled in a haunted area? Of course. I did a big old haunted fort for Halloween. This fortress is not haunted. This fortress is very calm. Well, not peaceful. It's a wild biome, but it's not a particularly scary fort, and that's by design because we're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in game. So this fortress, we are the wealthiest fortress in the land, and we are a trade hub of glorious products and things. We have lots of iron, and we're mostly crafts dwarves. We do a lot of crafting and making of things and building of things, and it's all about keeping the dwarves as happy as possible. Another Kia is messing with the mayor and they didn't learn their lesson. I mean, maybe they're trying to get vengeance. Yes, I've done several forts in various haunted biomes over the years. What is this room for? I don't know. What do you think it's for? Now we wait. Funnel FBs? Fuck no. I haven't even dug down to the caverns, dude. No, this is the ceremonial celebration of pig slaughter room. When we hit 100 years, I'm going to murder a bunch of pigs. With catapults, obviously. And ballistas. Quatch. Paging Quatch. Russ has question. Here comes the piggies. What, you didn't guess that we were going to have a ceremony of pig murder? Something March of Pigs. Oh, you know. Frame rate got real bad for a moment there. Gonna take them a while to bring them all down. But, you know, we still have a whole nother year. I really hope that the catapults can actually hit them. So no, catapults don't friendly fire. The pigs count as friendlies? They might. If so, I could just make more ballistas. Does anybody know if the pigs will count as friendlies? How do in-game years work? Same way time works. Time passes, time moves by. What do you mean, years? Currently, we're in the 2nd of Moonstone, year 103, early winter. And the peas are pigs, but... The piggies! But we have another year until we hit year 100. We're about to hit year 99 in, 2 months. 3 months? Jess! Hello! Please don't mind the animal abuse. We definitely are not about, well, in a year's time, going to use a bunch of catapults to violently murder an army of, pigs. And apparently a horse. I don't know why I put a horse. You know what? I will remove the horse. Horse needs to go back up to the surface. Guys, if you don't know what Jess is one of my stream team members. She's fantastic, and we're trying to get her a check mark. You should go watch her stream. She's pretty cool. And welcome everybody from the raid. My name's Greg. I don't see very well, and I stream an upsettingly large amount of DF. I do. How's things, Jess? How was the stream today? How was the Graveyard Keeper? I think he started with Crusader Kings, if I'm not mistaken. Don't mind all of the pigs going literally everywhere, but we're trying to put them into a very small space so that when we hit year 100, we can celebrate gloriously by murdering them all with ballistas and catapults. It's gonna be great. I can't wait. Just as you do with livestock. Yeah, it's gonna be grand. Beautiful. What is a Longdeath Millennium? So the fortress name is Longdeath. I thought that Longdeath Millennium sounds cool, so that's kind of my full name for the fort. Basically, I'm doing a Millennium fort. I'm trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in-game. TLDR, it's gonna take a very long time. We are 9.9% done, and I've been working on this one fort now for, I don't know, 2 months. Basically, it's gonna take me a year. If you kill them all, yeah. Yeah, if they all die, then the beasts will stop coming. Yeah, it's a long time. But you know what? I don't have a life, so it's fine. And I'm still doing other things around it, you know? Yeah, I got other games to play as well. I got other forts I've been doing. I did a fort for a week towards Halloween, which is in a haunted area called Shattered Monster, where we became a bunch of undead and had a bunch of necromancers in the fort and performed evil rituals and rites. And I've got another fortress, which I'm supposed to play on Saturdays, but I haven't played it basically since Halloween because I've been busy. But on Halloween, I kind of stopped playing it, but that fort has a portal to hell. So I've got other, fun, dumb shit that I've been doing on the side as well, but this is just my long forts. Yeah, 20 years is very long for a normal fort. No, this is going to be a 1,000-year fortress. We're about to hit it year 100. We're year 103 in the early winter. We're about to start year 104. The world, we started the fortress on year 5 of this world. Hello, Infinity. How are we? But, yeah, aside from playing Dwarf Fortress, I play a lot of traditional roguelikes. I play some of the weirder games that you can in the world. But we can just leave these piggies here. They'll breed and make more. And then eventually we will make them all go splat. But before I do that, actually, I'm just going to jump back over to those pigs. Gonna wait for that dwarf to run in there. Repasture that piggy. And then I'm going to pull that lever. Lock the door. And then just get rid of this zone right here. Kind of let them go wherever. Hopefully it doesn't hurt my frame rate. It shouldn't. So now they can just hang out in there. Yeah, that'll be 10% done. Which means once we finish that first area, we'll have a pretty good idea of how much longer this fortress is going to take. Although, you know, it's not the most ridiculous. Well, actually, it's maybe the most ridiculous thing I've done. I don't know. I've done incredibly long stints of very samey stuff on Twitch before. Like back when I did a lot of tycoon stuff, I was in one Planco park for. So, very shaky and sore and strange day. I gotcha. Dizzy, very long and felt dried out. Not sure. How am I? Well, I slept for like 4 hours, so still night. One night. Not gonna do a night stream tonight. Did last night. Didn't regret it. It was good, but not gonna do another one. Sleep! Although, watch me. Like, I'll say that I'm not gonna do a night stream, and then I'm gonna be doing a night stream anyway. Your next year's sleep is going to be nice. Yeah, I mean, Arch uses my stream as ASMR. By that, I mean he goes to my YouTube channel and listens to my YouTube videos using ad-free viewing on YouTube Premium and slowly trickles pennies into my wallet while sleeping. Also, how you doing, Arch? Did you just wake up? Because if you haven't been to bed yet, I swear to Christ. Speaking of dwarves, yeah, this dwarf will be. Yeah, you'll be fine. A little bit bored after abstract thinking, but just woke up? Cool. Why does even thinking about sleeping feel so good? Because it's called being old, Shan Sigma. I don't know. You might be 12 years old, but to me, that was when I realized that I'd grown up, was when I realized that I actually really like sleeping. It was like, when I turned about 24, I think, it was like, I just, this thing like clicked in my brain. I was like, you know what? I really like sleeping. I don't need to just like stay up for 30-hour stints anymore. I like sleeping. I still sometimes stay up for 30-hour stints, but I've always liked sleeping. Congratulations, Jess. You're old. Yeah, no, I used to find sleeping frustrating. I still do, actually. Sleeping bothers the crap out of me. If I could, like, rewire my brain so I didn't need to sleep and could just work, imagine how much more productive I could be. Like, I find sleep genuinely frustrating. That being said, it's worth it. It's worth the frustration. All right. I'm going to grab Aegis. Pull you out of the military school. You to just be our manager. Almost as much as food. I used to enjoy food. Now food just... I still enjoy cooking food, but food is like the equivalent of playing Russian roulette for me. It's like, sometimes it's good, and I feel good afterwards, and I'm all fine. And then sometimes it fucks my blood sugar, and I feel like utter garbage, if I even slightly miscount the math. Also, it requires injections, which sucks, so... I used to like food, now I wish I didn't need to eat. I need to make 3 socks. No, not 30. You have narcolepsy, yes. Have you tried playing a character in CUD with narcolepsy yet? It's not fun. You'll just be like, oh, I'm in this fight with a big scary monster. Okay, very careful and tactical, fall asleep for 5 turns, dead. Oh, well, cool. It's wonderful. It's great, though, when you have spontaneous combustion and narcolepsy, because you randomly fall asleep and randomly set shit on fire around you, which is great. You'll, like, fall asleep and involuntarily set your surroundings on fire. So you'll fall asleep and burn to death. Ugh. Caves of Cud's a fun game. I need to spin some Pink Floyd on my record player off stream. You do that all the time? You randomly fall asleep and make your house burn down? And die? Or do you play that in CUD? Because I've done that sometimes. You'd think that being on fire would wake you up. But have you ever been on fire while asleep? You'd also think that my blood sugar being so problematically low that I could go into a coma would wake. Sometimes it does. Sometimes I wake up real groggy and go, God, I feel like garbage. And then like get up and just do my things and check my blood sugar. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm like about to go into a coma. I should drink some. You're not used to it? I think if you're used to being on fire while asleep, you have bigger problems than the narcolepsy. Just walk around Joppa until, like, somebody explodes, right? Uh-oh. Someone left their lunch on the ground in here. Okay, so things are lagging because of all these Kias. Ooh, there goes a Kia. Oh no, that Kia's stealing a book. Stop that, Kia! Oh, no. Rip. Wrong Kia attack, actually. Also, it's snowing in-game, not outside. It was snowing outside, but it stopped. It's now raining. Oh, did your Skelly socks arrive? The first in-person Skelly socks have arrived. Check those out. Actual Skull Crusher socks. You can crush the skulls of your enemies with every step.
No!
No! No! That's awesome. So, Vlog, if I make a version of those that are like a medley of all of my Dwarf emotes, do you think that would go nicely with the Skelly socks? Because you could have Dwarfort socks and then Dwarfort socks after you found fun. The only problem is right now, my mayor really likes socks and doesn't let me export socks. So you can import socks from my store, but I can't export socks to you. Those look fancy. Those are my socks. Those socks. Good at nighttime. Hi, Pink. How is aside from the part where you're dead. His and hers. What, you have the dwarves and she has the skulls? Oh, wow. I just saw all the dwarves dive and murder Ikea. The bookkeeper punches the Kia in the right eye with his left hand, and the injured part explodes. The force pulls the head, and the upper spine splits into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a tendon in the upper spine has been torn. That's all? Well, after you found fun. Yeah, exactly. Losing is fun. Catching up on work. I get 70% dead IRL. You're almost as dead as I am blind. Well, I hope that you... I hope you get some sleep after all that work. Also, Cooler's making big versions of the emotes. So I can make stickers and stuff. Think about maybe putting them on a mug. But probably just stickers and then socks. I thought I saw a dead dwarf first. Actually just a vomiting dwarf. But yeah, it's right in the question mark screen. It says, remember, losing is fun. You can press the question mark at any time. Press it now for help on how to use this text viewer. As of February 2020, you can also find help at the DF Wiki at dwarffortresswiki.org. And remember, losing is fun. $22 minutes and 7 seconds until investments are up. Optos. Although streamer is going to take a real quick toilet break. I will be back in a moment. You happen to have sound commands. Now's a good time to use them to entertain everybody. While the dwarves all run around in panic because those stupid Kias are attacking. Be back in a moment.
Cheese for everyone! Flubberdubberdoggadoggies. Flubberdubberdoggadoggies.
HeroQuest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
You know what I need? I need a sound of a key cawing. And we need to make that a sound command. Just or whatever they sound like. That or like have a honking sound like a car. Meep meep. Because it's a car. I can't tell if we should go for year 100 today or leave that tomorrow.
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies.
Have a Roadrunner? That would require... I mean, yeah, I guess. We could do a Roadrunner, but I'd rather go for an actual car horn. You know? Let's just turn off all the squads. Definitely muffled it in the background, but probably Kia. Just a Kia bird sound. I don't like loud and abrupt sounds. Like, honk is about as abrupt as I'll get. I'd prefer you didn't. Be like something I would like you to do if you wanted to update the script, though, would be to automatically pull from Twitch and Patreon so that I can, like, not have to manually update the list every 5 days. Because when people start gifting tier 2 subs, it gets complicated. Expect honking at burp? No. No, thank you. I would not want that. So Zapdos was depressed for a minute. Restless after a lack of troublemaking. Jesus. Gotta love all that vomit. You're a troublemaker? That you are indeed a troublemaker. Down arrow. There you are. So Gimper, still upset. God. Okay, we'll keep Bear Fighters 2 squad training. I said Kia Kong, but Kid Kong would be like a SoundCloud rapper, you know? Or it would be little Kid calling. Probably a SoundCloud rapper. Basically, Gimper, the only thing that keeps you happy is if you're constantly in the military. You need discipline in your life, is what I'm trying to tell you. Spring has arrived. Will anybody die of old age? There's several dwarves who could. Just a dice roll. Let's see. Nope. But the annual tribute from Bastille Smack has arrived. You forgot the Lil. L-I-L. Little kid crying. Maybe not Nat symbol. I don't think they put Nat in there. I don't think I've ever seen a SoundCloud rapper name with an @ symbol in it. There you go. You got it. Nailed it. Definitely a SoundCloud rapper name. They brought us a dog! A lead cage with a dog in it. Or, as well as a llama brain. 5 of them. 5 llamas were harmed in the making of this tribute. That, or it's a llama brain chopped up 5 times into 5 portions of llama brain. One of the two. We'll never know. Actually, we probably could figure if we butchered a llama and figured out how many portions of llama brain we got out of one llama. Chat, we are now officially in year 99. I've never actually seen a single episode of Teen Titans, so I have no fucking clue. I'll be completely honest with you. Absolutely not. I'm just going to assume that someone is AFK. It certainly sounds like someone who would be considered emo. Gotta be a little bit edgy to call yourself Crow or Raven. Also, someone needs to give Blue Chimp ad-free viewing. I mean, seriously. Let's be real. Blue Chimp gave 5 people ad-free. Someone's got to help with it. I'm going to reason. Throne Rough. Jacques Nurick III's last name is Throne Rough. Good name. I like it. Yeah, it's pinned. Or it's in Discord. Your name's Wraith? I mean, K Wraith. Also, this human is very slow. We're distracted by Among Us. How dare you play video games? Here's the question. Who was sus? Were you sus? Or were the baddies sus? All I'm asking is there blood on your hands? Did you or did you not kill all of your friends? All right. Still trying to decide whether or not I want to power through to the end of this year or not. The elves have arrived once again to trade, and I will not screw it up this time. If they've brought us a unicorn, I want to buy it. Yeah, no, they hang out in fall, usually. They hang around fall. Then the barn owls and the weasels and wolverines and doe rabbits show up. The bunnies show up. Bun buns. The round fizzled out, people left. You play with randoms, and that blows my mind. I don't know anybody who plays that game with randoms. Everybody plays that game with, like, close friends exclusively, except for you. Wild Peak, thank you very much for the raid, man. Stream. Cheers. Also, Blue Chimp, you did the thing earlier. Told chat to do it, and you didn't. And chat didn't, so let's take this. Wolfman Zach, hello, Peak. What's up, guys? People who play that game. Have some ad-free viewing. Had fun with Stellaris. Well, I'm glad you had some fun with Stellaris. Anything notable happened during the stream? Welcome to the people coming over from Wild Peak Stream. This is Dwarf Fortress. It's a incomprehensible nightmare for people who haven't looked at it for hours on end. But eventually it starts to make sense, and it's one of the most rewarding games I've ever played. Goats is leading a bookbinding demonstration. So what you're saying is it's more important to work on a bookbinding demonstration than it is to trade with elves? Hackers and decent people with proper reasoning skills. So it's just relearning everything because the whole game is different since the last time you looked at it. Yeah, no, totally. Well, I mean, it's weird that Victoria, old community manager of Kit Fox Games, now the community manager over at Among Us. It's and Spitalier has given birth to a baby boy. First baby in the fortress in a while. Anybody want to join the fort? And be a baby boy. Brand new baby boy. It's been a while since we've had a baby boy in the fort. Or baby in general, actually. Probably about 5 or 10 years. Did I hear back from them? Oh yeah, I got an absolute no. I got a no. Not that that's a sore spot. I wasn't expecting to get a yes. No one hires Twitch broadcasters. They only hire people with 15 years of experience and all that shiz. Sure, Shim. Why not? You are a son of Spitalier and Cryo, and he is a worshipper of the Fuchsia and a worshipper of Sin Rushit Amber, the Red Rock. You were born today, which makes you very young indeed. He has round cobalt eyes that are bulging. His nose bridge is incredibly concave, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His nose is, his medium-length mustache is neatly combed, and his long beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his hair is a crew. His skin is sandy tone. He personally is a firm believer in tradition. Finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Doesn't really value merrymaking. Doesn't particularly value loyalty. Dreams of crafting. Le mas de work someday. Welcome back, Super Kamiguru. Thank you for watching. He is personally a firm believer in tradition. Finds maintaining decorum a simile, fumbling waste of time. Finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Doesn't really value merrymaking. Doesn't value loyalty and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and feels strong cravings and seeks short-term rewards. He does not often feel lustful and rarely feels discouraged. Keep in mind, this is a baby we're talking about, an infant. I'm on every single day of the week except for Fridays. From 9 a.m. till about 6 p.m.-ish. And sometimes again from 11:30 p.m. until like 4 in the morning. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is quite polite. Though he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself, since he finds dignified society to be stifling. He is silly when properly considered. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He isn't particularly curious about the world and scratches his nose when he's nervous. He commonly winks as a form of greeting and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Pacific. So, add a few hours. I usually swap games after about 7 hours into the stream. Somewhere between 6 to 7 hours into the stream, I'll swap games and play something in the evening. Keep a little bit of a variation. But like probably sometime in the next 20, 30 minutes here, I'll be swapping over to what's the word? Proteus, and play some more of that because the game's fucking good. It's for me, not you. And I don't play shooters very often. Aqua, did I ever tell you that you have a lot of hours? Holy shit. We're gonna hit the 100-year celebration today? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what time are we? We're in mid-spring. Take us like an hour to get there. I mean, we could. One could say that you are a collector of time. What? Cyclone, what up? Cyclone just had to pop up to just be like, yo, hours, yo. Yo, Pete, are you still lurking? Pete for live. It's been a while since I've seen you and Cyclone in the chat in the same day. All the OGs. Just here to flex. Sometimes you just gotta flex, you know? You want me to prove how often you don't watch me, though? You know, it's funny. How many hours does my mom have? Because I'd be willing to bet money my mom has more hours than most of you. Okay, so Crocodile has 9,900 hours. Trashy, who's also very much an OG, 9,755. Naughty Shapes is almost 9,000. Bellinaire has 6,400. Cooler has 6,300. My mom has 6,001. Hey, man, you gotta flex on something to have a good day. Keep life interesting. Actually curious, how are we doing on lead? 470 lead. All right, well. State, lead, 200. Existing image. Dwarf admiring his spear. Let's expand the terracotta army. Okay, that's it. I'm setting a new broker. Flipple, you can be our broker. Because I want to trade for a frickin' unicorn if possible. They brought me another female unicorn. God damn it. Why can't you bring me a male unicorn? What's going on in Discord? Oh, you made a Kia sound. Could you cut that down to like the first 3? Maybe end it there? Because that's a bit long. But that's excellent. That is excellent. I'm buying another unicorn. I do agree, that is funny. Or even better, just like the single ka sound. Like it doesn't need to be the craziness. I mean, I can totally do it later too, but all right, we now have 2 unicorns. In this chat, can flex about having watched more hours. Yeah, there's very few people that have watched more than an hour of my stream. In fact. As many people have stated, my stream isn't something that you can know that you're looking for. But when you find it, you never really will leave. You can't ever leave once you find my stream. Once you're here to stay. Sorry to break it to you, but you're never going to leave. Also, that cast sound is great. Is that really what Kias sound like? Oh, you clipped it from me? God. A pile of vomit on the river. Also, that's perfect if it's my voice. Literally perfect. Oh, who's depressed? Come on, dwarves. Mika! Stop it. You want to practice a craft? Well. Want to do metalsmithing? You should be metalsmithing. Here, we'll give you stone crafting. Oh, I see. I need those statues to get going. Aegis is going to go manage work orders. Hope you were able to get the Dwarf database stuff dealt with. Thanks for being helpful. I have 2 unicorns. They're both ladies. I need a boy unicorn. Then we can make punicorns. I like how he's hauling a boulder, can't walk, crawling, and is walking. I guess crawling, to the table where go do some paperwork. This is the most efficient manager I could have assigned, and you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. A dwarf that's incapable of walking and is now starting to die of thirst. Come on, dwarf, you can make it. Just don't do the Arabian Nights thing. Come on. Almost there. You're almost there. I believe in you, dwarf. Wearing a bunch of items. Also going to unsuspend all these. There you go. Now you can go make rock craft. Something. Satisfied at work. Perfect. That's what you need. Some happy things. Happy thoughts for a happy dwarf. Checking something real quick on Steam. Looking for a little bit of information on the game The Falconer, because it's got offered a sponsored thing for it. I want to know what the heck this game is. I've heard a bunch about it, I just don't know what it is. And I'd do it as a night stream. Seems to be a game about flying around as a bird. It has no tags. World air combat game. Like aerial dogfights. Sounds interesting. Grabbed it. That's something else I'm going to use the late night streams for, is sponsored things. So it doesn't distract from the daytime stuff, you know? By the way, to those of you who've had the chance to catch him, what do you guys think of the late night format? Out of curiosity. Hulking's a little beaten and battered, but Dwarf seems like he'll be fine. Lots of crafts getting done. Charcoal getting made. Pondering excision. Discussing excision. Good stuff. I see any dwarves working on those lead statues. You're not much of a contribution to chat. What, during the late night streams? Yeah, makes sense. If we get one more dwarf in the fort, we'll be able to get Ettins and giants again. Cyclopsy. Cyclopsi. What's the plural of Cyclops? Cyclopses? They're too late night for you, though. Dude, like, I start those at like 4 in the morning your time. Cyclopodes? Cyclopodes. Is it one of those things where it's like moose? Accuracy not ensured. I mean, the other thing that we've tried to figure out is like, what do you call a baby unicorn? And like the kind of thing that we agreed upon was a punicorn. But seriously, like, is it just a ponycorn? What is it? What do you call a baby unicorn? Because I don't know. You're not as nocturnal as you used to be. I am very, like, weird. A unicorn full? That's, like, 4 syllables too long. I really like punicorn. Punicorn is just too funny. Punicorn. Make a bunch of stuff out of leather. We got a bunch of leather stacking up. Unicorn, yeah, it works. Almost certainly due to insomnia. Well, I've actually been, like, getting around depression. So, like, I've been dealing with a lot of depression this year. For probably relatively obvious reasons. You know, 2020 in general, plus just a unifund. Unifund's pretty good, actually. Unifund's pretty good. I kind of like that. Well, it sounds German to me. Unifund. But anyway, because like I've been dealing with a lot of depression this year, and the late night streams are kind of like, well, I'm gonna be lying in bed staring at the ceiling anyway. So if I just end my stream at like 7, make dinner immediately, nap for like 3 hours, and then once I'm done napping, get up and then stream from like midnight until like 4 in the morning, and then go back to bed and then wake up. Yeah, I'm a little bit sleepy during the start of the next stream, but it's a hell of a lot better than just being depressed in my apartment alone for an evening. So I literally sleep, eat, stream, eat, stream, eat, sleep, stream, sleep. Made a new sound? Cool. Let's take a peek. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. You got it, man. Thanks for your contribution to driving me bonkers. Okay. Should work. Exclamation point annoying me to see the new sounds. Literally, eat, sleep, stream, repeat. It's literally been my life for a bit. I mean, previously what I would do when it was nicer and the weather was nicer and it wasn't raining all the time is I would go for walks in the evening. That would help get out of my apartment. Do anything to just get out of my apartment. I used to, before the pandemic, just go hang out with friends and other stuff like that, right? But yeah, it's also to avoid doom scrolling. And like, that's so dumb. And a royal treasurer from Pastor Ul has arrived. It is now summer. So what do you think of the Kia sound, chat? And the other human caravan has also arrived. Last 3 months or so? Really? I couldn't imagine a life without playing video games. They only work for patrons and high-tier subscribers, Balinor. So they're tier 2 and subs and $7 a month on patrons. It's how streamer pays his bills. So it's $7.99 or $6.99, $7 a month on Patreon, or $10 a month on Twitch. But technically, it's cheaper to just do the $10 a month on Twitch sub, but you do what you want. Yeah, no need to apologize. I know a lot of streams have that stuff just fully public, but it's how I give extra perks to the higher tiers, because I genuinely believe that the higher tiers are not worth it. Like, Twitch doesn't give anywhere near enough to make those higher tiers worth it. So I do that to make them worth it for people. Which is currently Minecraft. I gotcha. I getcha. I mean, I play Dwarf Fortress, I play traditional roguelikes, and I play games that interest me. Right now, that's Dwarf Fortress and Brogue and Caves of Cud, Jupiter Hell. And I've been playing through Proteus, which is went into early access on Steam yesterday. Goats, the mayor has been reelected. No, I play the final official patch because I want to beat the game with the official patch before I move on to the community edition stuffs. I made it to floor 13. It's not my all-time record. My all-time record from previous one, back when I played it in 2015, was floor 17. But we'll do that. Seems donations and Patreon sorts of things would be the more sensible options. Yeah, I tend to agree with that, but you know, some people want the emotes, right? Some people just want to keep it all in one place, and I respect that, so I give both of them as options. I don't know, I try and make it as fair to as many people as possible, and I do what I can. Let's trade with the first human faction. Brought us a lot of cactus. Export of anvils is prohibited. We're into early summer. Also, whenever I read CE, I don't read that as Community Edition. I read that as Combat Evolved. Do you play the Combat Evolved version of Brogue? And then I'm just like, excuse me? It's just been hammered into my brain. Completely hammered into my brain. Yeah, no, I find that, I mean, these days, the majority of the games that I play are either free or have free versions. I don't know. I feel like I'm in such a weird place on Twitch, because... Although, when DF suddenly has a version that's officially for sale, that's going to be even weird. It's going to be genuinely strange. Suddenly having a version of Dwarf Fortress that people can buy. Actually, I would like to trade with you guys again because I'd like to check something. There we go. There's all the fish. That's what I want to purchase because our fish supply is getting a little low. I've noticed quite a few dwarves here like to eat salmon and nautilus specifically and hagfish. So buying this stuff and then we'll make them into meals and I'll get to go eat the stuff that they prefer. Reading Steam reviews. You know, I might make that into a segment at the beginning of my streams, just read Steam reviews. I hope whoever replaces Victoria is as good at their job as Victoria was, because God, that's big shoes to fill. From the point of view of somebody who, you know, has to work with Kit Fox. My bot just did something weird. It just went blank for a second and blinked back. Bot, are you okay? My bot's possessed. Yeah, it blanked. Like, it just vanished for a second. Are you sure it doesn't feel like... That's what I think it feels like. I mean, you're more than welcome to vent. Part of why I'm here. Quite literally. Give you an outlet to vent and talk and chat and get things off your chest. Hang out, chill, relax. If you don't want to vent, please don't. But if you want to vent, don't feel like I'm stopping you. It is a good one, yeah. I mean, it looks like a fish. We'll buy all the parchment sheets from them. Kinda sad they haven't started bringing their own books yet. They haven't, like... achieve the ability to buy some of this. My weaver's something to do for a little bit. Trade. You had a big oops. Uh-oh. Kind of big oops. I mean, when people ask me, what do all those symbols mean? I ask them, what do all the letters mean in the alphabet? Zwitch, do you think, actually, chat in general, when the Steam version of DF comes out, do you think that I should make YouTube videos of me reading Steam Dwarf Fortress reviews? I should really do that, shouldn't I? That's definitely something I should do. Thank you very much for the dumb content idea. I will have to do that. You got ticketed? Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, beef. As if people don't get ticketed. Because it feels like lazy content, but then again, I literally just shove my VODs on YouTube, so I guess, like, I am not quite the king of lazy content, but, like, I do certainly make a lot of lazy. You know, I'm waiting for the humans to give me one of my crafts back as a tribute. Genuinely waiting for that. If I didn't get it, I'm going to get 4 detriment points. I mean... Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Yo, I don't know. I kind of can't be sympathetic on that one. Kind of can't. There's some things where, like, I can sympathize and understand, but then there's some things where I'm like, that sucks. It really does. But them's the rules. You know? And it's just... Like, I've been ticketed multiple times for jaywalking. But, like, I ain't gonna complain, because it's my own dumbass's fault, right? Like, does it suck that getting ticketed for jaywalking? Yes, it costs me 90 bucks. It sucks. But, like, I fucked up. You fuck up, you pay the price. Similar situation to getting a speeding ticket. Sucks, but just, like, fuck up. Hopefully it doesn't screw you, man. That would suck. That's it for trading season with the humans. No, I know it's the insurance afterwards. I'm well aware of that. I'm not that dumb or ignorant. How did a dwarf just, like, run out with a fish and then turn around and go back and get a different fish? I didn't say parking. I said jaywalking. I don't drive a car, so how could I get a parking ticket? No, crossing the street where there's no light. A long time for everybody, Squad. Not just a long time for you, it's a long time for anyone. Well, technically, the jaywalking ticket is $90, but if you pay it within 48 hours, it's only $75. Only fucked that up once. Yeah, no, 7 years, that's fucked. That I will sympathize. You don't want to miss the pig murder? I really should just let time pass and stop pausing, shouldn't I? I also want you to sleep, Spitali. We'll just let time pass, because we're what? Midsummer? Just wait. Halfway there. And then we'll Proteus for the rest of Strim. No, I understand that. Like, that part I sympathize with. The actual, like, ticket portion, I can't. But the 7 years, that I sympathize with. Like, that's fucked. I mean, what are your options? Aside from selling the car. Like, genuinely, what are your options? Go into debt? That's a really fucking stupid option. Don't do that. I mean, this is my advice. Ask parents for help. If they say no, sell the car. Don't go into debt. Because, like, that sucks. It really does, but cars are a money sink. And life is more important than voice. End of the day, that's cars are to an extent. They're not just a practicality thing. Toys are great. I love toys. For your insurance monthly? Or just for the tickets? Yeah, it's the insurance that you're concerned about. The tickets are Those $410 isn't that bad for tickets. Yeah, that's the problem. It's the insurance premium that's going up. The tickets themselves suck, but like you can eat that. Like you're not going to go into debt over $410. Like if you have a job, you're like just keep out on groceries for 2 weeks. But premium's going up. Do you know how much your insurance is going to go up by? Like, have you found out yet? That's the question. Oh, fuck yeah, Spitalier. My older sister had a shit ton of trouble with that when she was younger because she was in a ton of really small accidents in a short period of time. Like, a lot of little nicks and dents. Nothing major, but, like, it was enough that she basically couldn't drive for, like, 5 years because of how much her insurance was. Yeah, and that accident wasn't your fault, though. Okay, well then you're not boned yet, so don't give all hell up. I mean, you know my opinions on fighting speeding tickets, but do what you need to do, man. Because that sucks. That really fucking sucks. But the tractor wasn't on auto insurance. The only way I could get out of it is if the farm worker took 100% liability. But he did. He's lying. Like, that's just a fact. That's not better off legally. That's better off headlessly, sir. I beg to I beg to differ on that. I know what you mean. I'm trying to... Apologies. Yeah, I don't know. This is out of my realm of expertise, sir. Yay, Gimper's no longer stressed. And military works wonders. When you're started, you got my whole family's percent reductions. Start of a long downward spiral. See, here's the thing about long downward spirals, right? They're only long downward spirals. Make them long downward spirals. As somebody who was in a real shitty downward spiral, 95% of it was... Remember that. Also, the game's saving. Staring at this screen right now. The humans are here to trade. No, it's oh, it's the tributes. The annual tributes. Stone, are you present? Oh, trust me, I wasn't for many years though. You're not certain you can? Why's that? You're doing better than I am. In many ways. No? Okay, good to know. Really scared? I wouldn't be. I mean, I'm looking at this at worst case scenario, right? You sell one of your cars. Okay. That sucks. It really fucking does. You can't afford your insurance. You get a roommate. That is worst case scenario from the way I'm seeing it. That sucks. That's not life ending, right? Life ending is like, you lose your apartment, you lose your job, and both of your cars, and suddenly you're homeless. That's life ending. Insurance going up for 7 years means one thing. Means you have to get off your ass and work harder, right? You're not going to be homeless. Like, it could really fucking suck. Yes. But you're not going to die. So you're okay. And you will be okay. And you still could, in theory, move out of Ontario. You know, realistically, the second lockdown ends, I think Ontario's in a lockdown. You guys are in a lockdown, right? In theory, you could just go get on a fucking plane, sell both of your cars, break out of your lease, and fly somewhere and move there. You could do that. You're an adult, right? Would that be rough and the hard way of doing it? Yes. Could you do it? Yes. I think a lot of people put way too much focus on... Jesus. I'm just going to let you screenshot this. I think that people put way too much focus on financial stability to allow themselves to do a thing, right? They look at that and they go, oh, I can't do that because X, 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 X. No, the only reason you can't do that is because you're limiting yourself and not allowing yourself to do that. You know, I know a guy who was pretty successful, worked in computer science, Silicon Valley, and you know what he did? He got real tired of his job. And you know what he did? Broke his contract, quit, rented out his apartment, and then 2 weeks later sold it to the person he was renting it to, and fucking moved to Hawaii and now is a tour guide coach and takes people on hikes. That's literally what he does. Yes, he was very financially successful to be able to do that, but like the only thing that, and he said he wanted to do that for the last 10 years, but the only thing that was keeping him from doing that, and he hangs around in this chat sometimes. I don't want to out who he is because, anyway, friend of mine. He only did that because he convinced himself that he could do it and had wanted to do that his entire life. Literally only had that job because his parents made him do it, right? Didn't like the job, hated the work, hated the people he worked with. Didn't like anything about it and was just bleeding money because he was renting a very expensive apartment in Silicon Valley. I mean, no, you fucking don't. You exist. You're worth something. How do you think... Okay, think about it this way. What do I do for a living? I fucking yell at a screen and play video games. I feel worthless on a daily fucking basis. Like, genuinely, the amount of self-fucking doubt in my head on a daily basis is ridiculous. Like, constantly. This is part of the reason I've been streaming so fucking much. So I don't have to be left alone in my head. Everybody has that. Everybody has to constantly convince themselves that they are worth something. It's called being human. If you exist, you're worth something. Don't ever fucking think otherwise. And you don't have to prove shit to the people that you work with. Oh, hey, the Realm of Soaring actually brought us some stuff. Oh, iron toy hammer and a bronze puzzle box. One short llama wool skirt. And a hazelwood check. Alright, so like, just remember. Doesn't fucking matter who you are. No, exactly. No, you're saying to yourself, but I'm saying everybody feels that. Doesn't matter who you are, what you do for a living, how long you've been doing it. Everybody feels that. The people that I look up to in this industry more than anything that I've actually had the opportunity to sit down and talk with feel the exact same fucking way. Everybody feels that way. Doubt is awful. It sucks. You've been not watching the videos long. It's nice to hear you say this. Cheers. This is what my streams are actually about, Super. Can actually fucking say shit that helps a little. So I've been through shit. Hobo's been through shit. Everybody feels like garbage sometimes. But like, this music is way too dramatic for this. I should put on something more upbeat. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can only do that for yourself. And it's hard. It's hard as fuck. And the older you get, the harder it's gonna get. Because you just have... Stupid fucking... The longer you're at it, the harder it gets. The more self-doubt you get. The older you get, the harder it gets. Hey, here's the thing. Trust me. If my eyes are gone completely, I'm gonna figure out a way to keep streaming. Hollow Knight soundtrack? It's so fucking good, yo! Hollow Knight soundtrack is so fucking good. You needed to try. It's good, isn't it? Apparently it's me. It doesn't sound like me. Apparently it's me. So, like, just... At the end of the day, bug, sit down, stretch, breathe, maybe go for a walk. Although you're probably under 1,800 feet of snow where you're at, but like, you know, relax, clear your head. Your fucking car insurance isn't gonna end your life. Like, yes. Suck. But the things that suck in life are the thing that make you better in the future. Because, you know, there was a point in my life where I was a kid who was forced to move out because his ex-girlfriend really wanted to move out. I was shortly after forced to be homeless when my family was moving. Had nowhere to go. Didn't fucking admit it to my family until years later. Couch surfed. Worked night shift at McDonald's at the time. Like, I had a fucking job, but I didn't have anywhere to go. Wasn't allowed to stay at my ex's house for more than one night at a time. They just wouldn't let me stay. They knew I was homeless. They just wouldn't let me stay. And, like, do you think I thought that I had a future at that fucking point? No, I didn't. That was only 7 years ago. Only 7 years ago. 8 years ago. Yeah, 8 years. It's not that far away. Shit can change so much. And, like, people look at me now and they're like, oh, you're this big successful thing. It's like, no, I'm fucking not. I made more money when I worked at McDonald's. Like, truly. Most months, I made more money working at McDonald's. And definitely would still be making more money if I still worked at McDonald's. But, like, now I have, like, incredible problems with depression and anxiety and stress and issues with self-doubt every fucking day. But, like, I have that perspective of, like, well, I was there, and now I'm here. And the only thing that's really different is I have a fancy sound system next to me and a record player. So something must be working. You know? I got 3 monitors now instead of 2. Fancier microphone instead of a Blue Yeti, which is in my couch. You'll be okay. We're into early autumn. Do you guys think we should begin the 100-year celebration in the winter? Or spring? Maybe the last month of the year will begin. Late winter. I'm just some idiot on the internet playing Dwarf Fortress. Go take a shower. That'll help. If you're gonna cry, cry in the shower. And fucking cry hard, because goddamn it feels... Yeah. Men aren't supposed to cry. Yada yada. Bull. Go have a sit-down shower, sob for a solid 30 minutes, and then... I mean, you can kick your own pants. You don't need someone else to kick your pants. Just take your pants and, like, hold them up and kick them a couple times. Pants. As long as you own the pants, it's still your pants. That was just... I'm not funny. I should shut the fuck up. The merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. Wait, hold on a second. Did I not have an outpost? Oh, okay, we do have an outpost liaison. I didn't see the outpost liaison arrive. I was like, what? You'll be aight, squad. And you know, I've been through other shit that I don't even want to talk about. That I don't even feel comfortable talking about on stream and probably won't ever. You'll gen one more DF world, probably till then you'll reach 100. How long are the worlds, or big are the worlds? I'll power through this. Hitting my maps. Going to trade for... Look forward to our meeting next year. Fortunes rise and fall together. And close to 1,000 hours. Damn, dude. Don't let it be talked away because that is often just denial. Work on it and usually suggest professionally, but then mid-long term thing, it wouldn't. Trust me, if you want to talk about self-doubt and like what's the word I'm looking for here? You want to talk about self-doubt and imposter syndrome and feeling like you're not worthy of being somewhere or doing something and feeling like you have to prove something to yourself in order to be valid in doing a thing. It's almost always just your own head. Existential fear? I mean, I certainly get existential fear about the future of the Earth and about my own biology, which is why I'm never gonna fucking have children. But, yeah, I get existential fear about different things. I rolled a nat 0 on my body. Kurilla's always self-doubting, which is why he just kind of shrugs when I say I'm gonna pay him for art. Speaking of, you did get the last round of money I sent you, right? Earlier in the month? For the Halloween stuff and the arts for the Today in DF. You did get that, right, Cole? Never sent anything into. Cool, good. I don't know why you wouldn't, but yeah, I'm just gonna off. And, you know, this is why, like, you know, I talk about this quite a bit, but I talk about a thing that I think is a genuine problem with Twitch and influencers and content creators is toxic positivity. I genuinely believe that those people that are overly positive and will never speak about anything negative and only talk about the happy things and positive things and good vibes and all that stuff, I think that that's a genuine problem with our society and speaks to a bigger issue with the way we think about ourselves, the way we think about media, and the way we treat each other online and even in person to an extent. I think that there is a very real problem with people just straight up fucking denying the fact that we all are constantly in a spat of self-doubt, unless you're a complete and total utter fucking nihilist, and at which point I'm kind of jealous, but also fucking more power to you. Everybody has like this constant stream of self-doubt. I know that Squug's like, but like, I genuinely believe people that refuse to talk about that sort of thing are, and that everything is fine all the time, are the least truthful people to themselves I've ever met. And I've met a lot of people like that in this industry, and it makes me feel sick. Like, genuinely, it makes me feel sick. It's not just a mood or a phase, it's a substantial obstacle. You'd suggest working on it? Oh yeah, no, and it's not, and here's the best part about that obstacle. If you're wired in the way where you have self-doubt, when you get over that obstacle, you know what's gonna be behind that obstacle, Infinity Simplex? Another obstacle that's exactly the same fucking height. And you know what that obstacle is called? It's called being alive. Probably higher even. You gotta fucking take it in stride and hit your head on it until it falls over and do the next one. Because what have you got beyond that is another fucking obstacle. There's never going to be a point where, oh, it's just smooth sailing from here. Unless maybe you win 10 lotteries in a row and get adopted by an Arabian prince. Aside from that, you're just fucked, basically. Because that's just, it's being human. Our brains aren't wired like that. And even then, you'll find something. at that point. Something to cause you anxiety, something to cause you stress, something that will give you that same feeling. You'll just get used to the environment that you're in at that point, and the cycle repeats itself, right? It's like, yeah, it's kind of dark, but it's part of being human, which is kind of beautiful in a way, and it's something that we need to work on as people. And like, we can help each other to an extent, but at the end of the day, it's just the most we can do is keep working at it. Things can't be bad if you are going to move on. Well, obviously, but things can be bad and you can be fine with it and just exist through it and survive through it. Be okay through it. Also, to those of you that are staying up late to watch the year 100 thing roll over, all right, I'm trying to get through this as quickly as I can. Frame rate's good, so that's positive. There's no Kias. I'm gonna get some weird comments on this video or this VOD on YouTube in 10 days. That's about how long it takes for my commenters to catch up with the VODs. All right, so that was quite the rant. Blind talks about mental health. It's a thing. Oh, I think about what ifs all the goddamn time. What ifs are a dark hole, my dude. Fucking dark hole. Just keep swimming. Dory has many lessons to teach us. Keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Swimming, swimming, swimming. Running, walking, tripping, falling, galloping, jumping, flopping, whatever you do. Planking, I don't frickin' care. Keep at it. A little deep talk for the 100-year celebration of the fort is approaching, kind of fitting. Yeah, I'm sure that the friends over on YouTube will feel that way too. You know, it's funny. There are some people who watch me who have said that I am a mean person. Honest person. Some people can't handle that. You don't have these problems, which sucks in a different way because it's hard to relate to people who have mental health problems and it's not easy to help them. Ironically, I thought I didn't have these problems for a very long time. Pete, for a very, very, very long time. But you know what it actually was? It was just like the most extreme denial I think I've ever been in. Like, I just mocked people that talked about these kinds of problems in my head. Never really loudly out publicly or anything. And then as I've gotten older and as I've matured and my brain has cleared up and as I've gotten smarter and learned more, it's become more obvious and it stands out more. Combine that with some out of nowhere trauma and it's amazing how you can go from being a relatively stable, oh, I don't have these problems person to suddenly the complete and total utter polar opposite. It's wild. Hang in there, Stone. I'm sure you'll be okay. Like, it's incredible how fast your brain can turn on you, Pete. Genuinely. Like, if you told me that I'd be going through this in 2012, I would have laughed in your fucking face and called you a pansy. Like, that's where I was at, 2012. When I was a lot less mature, a little bit more of a doofus, bit of a twat and a not grown up at all in the slightest. Like there's as you grow, your brain changes. As you age, the chemical compositions in your brain changes, and it can affect you in shocking ways. If you asked me this in 2017, I would probably have a relatively similar conversation with you. But it's only gotten more and more extreme over the past 2 years. I had some experiences in 2018 that certainly started to push me more in this direction of being more mindful about these kinds of things. And then towards the beginning of 2020, it was very clear that I needed to be thoughtful about this sort of thing. And then throughout this year, oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. But, you know, also I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and was told that, yo, you just went from having like 30 to 40 years of eyesight left to having 15. Because unstable blood sugars, low blood sugars, hurts your eyesight, puts pressure on your lenses, and causes your eyesight to degrade. High blood sugar does the exact same thing from the opposite direction and causes your eyesight to degrade irreparably. Most people who have type 1 diabetes by the time they get to later in their life have to wear glasses at the very least, even people with incredibly healthy vision. And my eye doctors basically just looked at me and was like, yo, way faster. Like, congrats, your eyes just accelerated. Thanks. Try and kill those buzzards. Keep the frames up. We're in buzzard season. Late autumn. Almost winter. Not in time. Such thoughts not yet fair. I'm looking forward to Proteus. Shooting some demons is going to be good. 7.5 hours into Strim. The date is the 11th of Timber, year 104. News and happenings. Not much has changed. Well, the same as ever. Not quite same as ever. Make some choirs. A bunch of my dwarves collided with each other while murdering a buzzard. Whole bunch of buzzards are dead up there. You know, that almost works better for buzzards, but... Is that your new favorite, Peter? I hope you didn't spend too much time on that. No, buzzards, not kids. You gotta tell Userun to get a buzzard emote. Okay? Gotta unlock Userun more emotes so you can have a buzzard emote. It's very important. Squug's gonna come back and he's gonna be like, you guys are still talking about this? Not even familiar with the software? Gotcha. What software did you use? My knee-jerk reaction guess would be Audacity, but... many kills does King have? Pink, Fluffy, and Stone the third. Audacity, gotcha. Yeah, Audacity's pretty easy to fumble your thumbs your way into making do what you need it to do. Pretty good for that. Now, if I station them in the middle of here, will this help? I wonder. Multiple granite earrings, shoes, all that good stuff. There's one buzzard left and it's caged. Actually, yeah, all the buzzards are dead. Huzzah! I really hope that those catapults will hit them. You do what you gotta do, Infinity. You take care of yourself. Have a good afternoon, night, or day, or evening, or time zone. Yeah, short skirts are rare. But, I mean, who doesn't want a short skirt and a long jacket? I mean, I know I want a dwarf with a short skirt and a long jacket. God, I haven't heard that song in a minute. The last time I thought about that song, actually, was when Twitter extended the number of characters you could use, and someone tweeted, I want a girl with a short skirt and a long tweet, but pressed enter in between every single O in long, so it, like, filled up the entire fucking screen. I was just like, you person who did that, fuck you. Also, that's hilarious. I'm gonna go listen to that song now, because that song fucking... Alright. God, I made so many statues. Get those all placed first. Go get some sleep, Infinity. Dad, do me a favor and wish Infinity a good night's sleep. $45 more. Just let those. Late autumn. Almost into winter. Finished all of the leather. Winter is upon us. One more season. Also, a stray buzzard has been slaughtered. Huzzah. I will do my best, Infinity. We're going to finish this year, and then we're going to go play Proteus. Also, we have exactly 365 sub points. Perfect. What year is it? That's a good question. 99, and we have 3 months until year 100. We just started winter. Yeah, right? You got here just in time. I mean, most of the difficulty is in my own ability to micromanage dwarves as they get upset. But it's more of a marathon than a workout, if that makes sense. No? It's not super hard minute to minute. It's more about just surviving. Dwarves have actually started dying relatively frequently of old age now. Someone just commented on my feedback video. I think it looks fine and you're overreacting. And I'm sitting here and thinking about like the dozens of comments that video has gotten more or less agreeing with me to some extent. Or like alternatively posing other ideas / options. This person's just like, I think it's fine and you're overreacting. You know, like, you have an odd definition of overreacting. That was like the most normal ass stable feedback you could give in the format of a video. Here's the thing I kind of don't like. Here's how we can improve it. If you don't change it or improve it, then that's fine. I don't really care, but like, be nice. This is basically the opinion I have in that video. Oh, geez, that's unfortunate. Any opinion I don't agree with is it overreaction? Yeah. I object! Okay. To the point where, like, people can't even tell when I'm critiquing a thing because I'm so neutral. That's fine. They left a comment. It helps. All good. 19th of Moonstone, early winter. I like how this dwarf owned so much shit. Hobo owned so much stuff, they just, like, filled his tomb up with clothes. Which is funny. But no, I think that, like, the hardest part about this fort was probably when I had the tantrum spirals early on, which did happen. We got through it, though. For franchise sellout of the year. Huh. I mean... I enjoyed Bridge Constructor Portal. That was a fun game. Although they had a different voice actress playing GLaDOS, so... Keeping inventory of things? You should work in logistics. You'd probably really like it. Mudstone figurine of a forgotten beast. Okay, that I need to... Actually, you know what? No, I don't. Yeah, I do. Curious what forgotten beast it is. Of my queen. Hey, figurine of stone by Sparkly. Oh, wow. Sparkly 4K, who, by the way, has had a number of traumatic episodes due to the murder or the killing of Stone the Third, is making figurines with images of King killing Stone the Third. That's awful. I love it. It would be in logistics? Yeah. I know somebody who works in logistics and he loves it. Midwinter and Opal? I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to use the toilet real quick. All right. So fucked up. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You know, what's funny is I was talking with a friend of mine the other night about how I can't eat pizza. The reason I can't eat pizza is pretty simple. I get a free box of pen needles and a fully paid for box of test strips every 24 days as part of my insurance. Free Medicare, which everybody in BC. Lancets, which I get them in boxes of 100, cost me $15. Insulin is astronomically expensive. Insulin, I get every 60 days. I get a free box every 60 days. A free box of each every 60 days. Covered. Otherwise, I need to pay for it, which is a couple $100 a box. Keep that in mind. Things like pizza, I have to use potentially a whole day's worth of meals of insulin, and probably give myself multiple injections in order to eat that many carbs in one sitting. It's a massive amount of carbs that you consume in pizza, right? So incredibly carby foods are something that I probably just won't ever eat again, because in order to eat, like, let's just say a normal dinner is about 70 carbs for me. It's about 7 units of insulin. If I'm eating a dinner that's, let's just say 20 plus units of insulin, that's like 3 dinners. And if I have to give myself multiple injections, because in those large amounts, you want to do it multiple injections so you don't give it to yourself all at once and you tank and crash and go low and have a problem. Because of that, I look at it as I have a limited number of needles to get me through the next 24 days. Fortunately, I don't have to pay for it if I manage it correctly. But if I do things like eat very carby foods a lot, I'll have to pay for needles. A box of needles is $60, $59.99. A box of test strips is $45. But if I fuck up, I have to do extra testing, and I have to do extra injections, and I use up too much insulin, I have to pay for my medical supplies, which is super duper not worth eating pizza. It sounds ridiculous. Yeah, Stone, I have a friend who was talking about very similar thing to what you're talking about, except he's a type 1 diabetic. And he was saying that in order for him to get, if he gets a job, he will go a minimum of 30 days with no insulin coverage, up to 90 days, depending on the job. So in theory, he could go up to 60 days where he wouldn't be able to afford to pay for insulin. Which is what? But over time you will have some spare, right? What do you mean? Oh, you mean if I run over? Yeah, in theory, that's what you do, right? Is you build up a backup of extra. Is like, you don't use them all. You use the minimum, and then you get you have extras left over, in theory. But mistakes happen, right? Like, last night, I had to do 3 extra tests because I kept going low. Right? I woke up after my night stream, I woke up at 4 in the morning. I woke up again at 6, and I woke up again at 7. I just kept going low. I think I screwed up my injection on dinner or something. Stress got to me, because stress makes me low. It speeds up your heart rate. Dumb. We're in late winter. 7th of Obsidian, 1 month. So it's like, I look at that, and I'm just like... Like, mathematically, yes, I will build them up slowly over time, but, like, Jesus. And because of, we want to know what's even better, because of COVID-19, I can only order the minimum. I can't, like, overstock. So what you could do normally is at the beginning of the year, so January, when my deductible rolls over, because I have a $300 deductible, in theory, I could just spend $300 in one sitting on needles and test strips because they don't expire for like a year, and have a huge backlog and then immediately just get the free one next month, right? In theory, I could do that. I can't do that right now because we're in a pandemic, so everybody is limited to their minimum. So I can't have a backlog. We've never even had less than 100,000. Yeah, no. And that's why I'm very much micromanaging my my diet. I haven't had a fucking cookie in half a year. I miss sugar, man. I'm a Canadian who hasn't had maple syrup since this past spring. Just because of how many carbs syrup has. Maple syrup is like 50 carbs. It's like 5 units a teaspoon. It's wild. I don't think I'm ever going to eat maple syrup again. At least not until I have a massive backup. All right. Fake Canadian. I know, right? Gosh. All right, guys. So we're in late winter. We got 14 days left. Who's ready? On the 17th. I think when we hit the 28th, I'm going to tell them all to go prep and to fire. Could be maple sugar. I do, but it has to be in very controlled portions. I carry a juice box. I could, I guess, carry a vial of maple sugar or maple syrup. When did I get diabetes? This past spring. Although technically probably last August, but I was diagnosed this past spring. My little sister has had it since, has been a type 1 diabetic since 7. Is he 3 years younger than me? Tell them to go prep the catapults. I really hope they don't friendly fire these. It's okay. At the very least, I do have the... Prepare to fire. Forbidden. And forbidden. $23rd. Now we wait for the year to roll over. I need to find something that's a little bit more up. The Bastion Center. Got a bit political, and it happens. $27th of Obsidian. Why are they all hanging out so far north? Interesting. Then we get bacon everywhere. Nah, these will be mangled. There we go. Spring's arrived. We made it. Year 100. Game hasn't crashed. And the annual tribute from Basti Just Muck has arrived. It's okay, we got more important things to do. Also for reference. First of Granite, year 105 spring. Screenshot that for reference. Board is 100 years old. Let's mangle some peas. Ooh. 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 Got a couple. Something got splatted. Yeah, I don't think the catapults hit them. The ballistas definitely do, though. Ooh. Oh, jeez. There you go, Spitalier. You can go to bed now. This pig has been found dead. Jesus, I wonder why. Who knows? Oh god, look at that one that's like right up against the wall. Although it's lying down, so maybe it'll just go over its head. Ooh. Okay, no, they do definitely hit the catapults do hit. They're just significantly less likely to hit them. For reference, it's your Hearthstone. Group of Alchemy actually brought us a few things this year. I guess to celebrate the 100 years of Longdeath. May the fortress continue to live furthermore into the future. Ooh, yeah, no, it's definitely hitting them. But it's just a boulder, right? So it's not that effective. The boar is fighting. The ballista arrow strikes the boar in the lower body, tearing apart the muscle. Stray boar has been missing for a week. I wonder why. I mean, rivers sprites is, or spirits rather, is a form of alcohol, I think. Very human-y alcohol. Pigs are like master dodgers. Chasers. No, none of these are pets. Trust me. Too much strawberry wine. Oh no. That means you missed the tribute. Don't think I can get it back. Or the dwarves have bad aim. A little bit of both. Ooh! God, those ballista arrows, though. Damn. Like, man. If you clip the stream, you can probably grab the tribute. If you go back in, or if I go back in the VOD later, I can grab it. Here, I'll plop a marker down. The elves are here in time to trade. Oh, that boulder hits one. Okay, so for the next round of this, we need to use just ballistas, I think. Would they buy mangled pig? I mean, butchered pig, yeah, but not mangled. It's interesting. The ones that get rarely hit by the catapults die from blunt force trauma and just immediately die but don't bleed. The ones that get hit by the ballista arrows bleed for a while. Didn't feel anything after seeing a So die. Feels pleasure near a very fine siege engine. Feels pleasure near a very splendid siege engine. Excellent. All right, I think that's enough pig murder. We're getting the miasma. Let's. Oops, nope, don't do that. Just turn it off. Not at will. Not in use. 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 And not in use. They can finish loading it. Well, that's it. Hey, Taco Belmont. How you been? In a minute. I'm alive. You know how it is. At least they had some good target practice. Oh, hell yeah. Good little celebration, I think. You managed to get the tribute? Cheers, man. I should have done this into the open area? What do you mean? You mean shoot my own dwarves? I mean, this worked just fine. I mean, we can improve it. We have 100 years to work on it, so we'll make it work better next time. But that's it for Longdeath for today. We hit year 100, goddammit. We're switching games now for the remainder of the stream. I hope Spitalier didn't fall asleep. No, Spitalier was saying he wanted to stick around. That a part of the range into the open part so the pit wouldn't be interrupted by miasma. Good coordinate off for the season? I could. I mean, I could also build a new range. Keep that as the lower one, as the training range, and put a yeah, but I could make a suspended celebration range in one of the mid-tier levels. Totally do that. And have it set up with just ballistas for maximum effect. And maximum violence. And maybe put, like... What if we, like, put grates on the ground so that the blood rains down and it's a festival of blood? That sounds proper, Dwarfy. Or something. I don't know. Anyway, that was a good day of DF. But we're gonna swap over to something significantly bloodier for the remainder of the stream. I'm still going to go probably for another hour and a half, 2 hours. We're going to play some Proteus. Is a first-person shooter.